Hello, welcome to day 2 of the second week of pre-season testing in Bahrain. There is still a lot to discover and a lot to unpack. Yesterday, George Russell was fastest for Mercedes. They also topped the mileage charts, with McLaren not too far behind. So, 2 more days left for teams to get their heads across the biggest rule changes in over a decade. Let's get into it then. Welcome to the Bahrain International Circuit. And welcome to the paddock. We've been graced again today with crystal clear blue skies and a lot of sunshine. Joining me today, I'm Betty Glover. I've got 2 Grand Prix winning strategists, so we're okay on that side of things today. We're covered. Ruth Buscombe and Bernie Collins, thank you so much for joining me. Ruth, I'm going to come to you first. Let's get straight into it. Mercedes fastest yesterday. They did the most mileage as well. They're looking pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah, if you ask anybody except Mercedes, of course, and it's the great thing about testing, and it's a great thing now being the other side of it, not being part of a team, that you actually get to enjoy these games where no one wants to be the favourite. Everyone wants to keep something in their pocket, not just because they don't want to show all their hands and there's lots of political games, but also because it means you can come out of the guns blazing when you get to Australia. It makes it harder for teams to race you if they know exactly what your performance is. But yeah, Mercedes looks strong, but how much do they still have left in their pocket? Their degradation on yesterday's long runs was one of the lowest of the field, which is a little bit of a tell sometimes that you have still more in the bank to come.
Bernie, there's obviously been a lot of chat about the top 4 from last season look like they're going to be the top 4 this season. But what is it about Mercedes? What is it about that car that looks so good?
Yeah, I think it looks very well packaged, well put together. We expected the Mercedes engine to be the strongest of the field, based on, you know, historically what they've brought with. But I think Ferrari and Red Bull are the surprise, really. They look much closer than maybe we were expecting to Mercedes and McLaren. But the car does look well put together. It looks very calm in the garage. It looks very under control. You know, you can tell a lot when you walk down the pit lane at how just it looks quite structured. Everyone looks like they know what they're doing. So, yeah, I expect that car to be quite strong. A little bit of mind games maybe going on a little bit, like Ruth said, but I do expect them to be the ones to beat potentially in Melbourne.
Always mind games. It's testing, guys, isn't it? But you've been wandering around the paddock, the pit lane as well. What's the sort of sense you get from Mercedes? Do you think there's a quiet confidence there?
I think they are quite confident. I think among those top 4 teams, if we talk about Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari and Red Bull, they've all had little issues at various points. Ferrari had a lot of time in the garage yesterday, actually, as did Red Bull. So they are finding gremlins. It's just, we never know quite from the outside how bad those are, how bad the little niggles are, what's going on in the garages overnight when we're not here, for example. But I would say that my pick is that the Mercedes and the McLaren, they both look quite structured and put together and haven't had the downtime that some of the other teams have.
Do you agree with that, Ruth? Because obviously McLaren, they got quite a lot of mileage in yesterday. And I know that obviously they're the reigning Constructors' champions. They've got Lando Norris, who won the World Championship last season. But not a lot of people are talking about them. They are sort of drifting under the radar a little bit.
Which I reckon if you're Zach Brown, that's exactly what you want. I mean, if you're a skeptic, you would say when Lando Norris changed his bio from World Champion with 5 N's to a singular N, that was a tell that they might not necessarily be there. But I like to look at the numbers. And what I'm really interested to see is whether they can crack out a really strong race sim. Actually, they're a little bit on the back foot compared to Ferrari, that were just a 10th off of Antonelli's race sim yesterday. We saw a big upgrade package yesterday from the Ferrari as well. We've seen kind of the Red Bull looking incredibly planted in those sections around there. So I'm excited to see a little bit more from McLaren today.
You mentioned Ferrari. Let's move on to them then, because you've brought them up. Bernie, they are looking good. They had their first sort of little mishap yesterday. Lewis Hamilton couldn't quite get the car going. He was in the garage for quite a long time. Where do you sit with Ferrari? Where do you stand?
Yeah, that car looks very strong, I think. When you see that through the high-speed section, it looks very planted, very in control. Lewis Hamilton is looking much happier than he's been in several years. You know, he's obviously enjoying these new regulations, enjoying that new Ferrari. The engine's maybe stronger than we all expected as well from everything that we've seen. So we don't know what went wrong yesterday from reliability side. They were in the garage for a long time. That is not what they would have wanted. But that car does look strong. So I think, you know, we get a lot of hype around Ferrari sometimes, but I think that car is going to be right up there, and I expect it to be right up there in Melbourne.
It was interesting, wasn't it, hearing Lewis Hamilton yesterday in the press conference say that he was enjoying the car?
Yeah, it was great. He was saying he's enjoying the car. Fred Vasseur, team principal, used to be my boss. Very rarely smiles. Love the guy, but it does very. And we saw him smiling this morning. Had a quick chat with him yesterday. Said it was a solid day of running, and said both to myself and in the press conference that the correlation is good, which is a really, really important thing. And they had that stunning diffuser of the day. Really clever concept where they're actually got a connected outwash right at the back, and I think that's going to try and address some of the issues that Lewis particularly had with the era of the downforce cars. I think it was Albon said that the regulations are looking a little Hamilton-y in terms of just exactly how he likes his braking, that boy. So yeah, let's see. It could be their year.
Ooh, okay. Ferrari fans getting very excited.
It could be any of the top fours here.
Ruth, you mentioned Fred Vasseur. I spoke to him yesterday, and you say that he's not a very smiley guy. I can say that as well. Like, that's the experience that I had. He was a little bit cagey when I caught up with him last night.
First, we are focused on ourselves. First question is about reliability, and so far we did probably 5,000 kilometers. That means that it's a good point. It's about to collect data to know where we are with the car, if the correlation between the wind tunnel and the track is good. And we will see about performance later on. I think before Melbourne it will be all fake. And we'll see in Melbourne where we are compared to the others.
It's so hard, isn't it, to try and talk about testing and try and guess who's... Because like Fred said, it's all going to come down to Melbourne, isn't it, Ruth?
Yeah, I mean, that's just normal Fred, by the way. That's like Fred on any normal day. Yeah, I like that he's all fake. I mean, he kind of summed it up, but that's great, isn't it? But the learning isn't fake. The learning is very real. Every minute, every lap on track out here counts. And often, within teams, rather than the kind of performance metrics, because 10 kilograms of fuel is 3/10. It's 2 minutes of track evolution in Q1 is a tenth, which is all that splits teams. It's about getting those laps in, about getting that data.
Bernie, let's turn our attention and talk about Aston Martin, your former team. Had another struggle yesterday, didn't they? Lance Stroll going into the gravel. Talk us through that from sort of your perspective.
Yeah, so I think we've got the images of Lance Stroll going through the gravel to show you. So if we just watch through this. So you can clearly hear there, it's not an error from Lance, it's a mechanical failure of the car. Sounded like something from the braking side that really locked up the rear end for him and then spun him off. And that's sort of been their story. They've not got enough mileage on the car. They've brought, the Honda engine is new, they've missed some development time in that. A new gearbox for Aston, it's the first time in several years that they've designed their own gearbox. Adrian Newey, obviously, we're all dying to see that car and see how much it can really bring to the track, see how good it is. But you need the whole package to work together. And at the moment, particularly from a power unit side, something isn't working. They don't seem to be having the power. They don't seem to be deploying as well as others. When you watch them on track, they seem to do several slow laps and then one sort of pushing lap, and then that was the lap before Lance went off. So that car and system as together is not working at the moment. Now, they will find reliability gains hopefully quite quickly, but I don't see that being at the start of the season. I see that being into the season that car is going to come together. So, we were all living in the hope of this promise of the new Aston Martin with the Honda and Adrian and the dream, but I think that dream is going to be delayed.
So expectations for Aston fans a little bit further down. Just very quickly from you, Ruth. Fernando Alonso is out on track all day today. That, he can hopefully catch up with the mileage on that front.
It's Fernando, isn't it? He loves this place. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can make a step forward and see where teams like Haas, that look like they've had a strong season, stack up next to them.
Okay, thank you both, guys. Thank you so much. Let's head over to commentary now. Jolyon Palmer and Alex Jakes, and I've heard that they've had their paddock coffee this morning, so they should be raring to go.
Thank you very much, Betty Glover. Yes, it is nearly time to put a green light at the end of the pit lane and begin our first 4-hour session of the day. Welcome back to Bahrain International Circuit, where I am happily caffeinated, as is the man alongside me, Jolyon Palmer. Lovely paddock coffee. It's great paddock here, isn't it?
It is nice. It's also quite a busy paddock for pre-season testing as well. I guess there's been plenty of behind closed doors testing this year. So when we have fully on-air, all bells and whistles testing at the end, everyone wants to turn up and see what these new cars are like. So nice paddock, nice coffees, and we're ready for day 2 here.
Okay, out onto the circuit, you're looking at Max Verstappen. He's headed out there with Gabriel Bortoleto and Oliver Behrman as they get their morning up and running. We'll welcome you to the commentary box, where it's great to have your company once again. We're on the early shift this morning. Jolien, literally nothing has happened since we were last on air, but plenty of mileage yesterday for Mercedes, for Ferrari. It's going very, very well for them so far in this test.
They are the 2 teams that people are talking about as maybe being a little bit ahead of the rest. Now, I know Mercedes have pointed to Red Bull as being another team in that mix, and there's mutterings of McLaren, who had a good day yesterday as well. But Mercedes and Ferrari seem to be very good. When I was trackside yesterday, I thought the cars both looked really good. Yeah. Charles Leclerc in the morning. Lewis had a slightly more trouble there. I could hear a whine of a Formula 1 car at the end of the pits, but I couldn't see which one that was. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Ferrari can do. Lewis back in the car today, so we will see if he can have a smoother run again. And, of course, Max Verstappen in the car today for Red Bull. Didn't get out. Isaac Hadjar had some trouble running yesterday. He's got work to do tomorrow. It's all to play for still, and hopefully we're going to see that performance just nudging up.
Yeah, we go from test 1, where it's all about understanding what you've got underneath you and systems checks, to the performance by the end of test 2. And as trailed, Lewis Hamilton is in the car for Ferrari all day today. It will be Lando Norris for the morning with McLaren. George Russell will open things up for Mercedes. Max Verstappen all day for Red Bull. Alex Albon all day for Williams. Williams chasing performance right now. Liam Lawson all day in the Racing Bulls entry. Fernando Alonso hoping to get some serious mileage completed for Aston Martin. That would, if they could get a serious chunk. That's a bit of a moment for this stage of the morning for Max Verstappen.
How on it is he straight away? 9 cars went out of the pit lane, and a massive lock-up, the outside front in towards turn 4. This is a feature we are going to be talking about all year, particularly the start of the year, as drivers get used to the braking differences of this year, the entry speeds being different, and that was Max also crawling over the curb on the outside front up towards turn 4. So they're starting to get a bit greedier with the entry curbs, which naturally, as has always been the case, just starts to unsettle the car as well. And they've got downforce on them, they can ride them better. The cars just squash into the ground, but this year they've got a bit reduced downforce overall. And so lockups are plenty. Max finding that out, but he is hustling, isn't he, on this first flight? This is like a qualifying lap for Max straight in the car. He's been chomping at the bit all day yesterday, watching Hadjar sit in the garage for plenty, get out there. Now Max is getting his turn.
Getting on with it immediately, the 4-time world champion in the car all day, so we'll be enjoying that. There'll be a variation of push laps and long runs as well, like a very, very extended FP2, if you like, if you're new to Formula 1 testing.
So Verstappen ending his lap, goes around Lando Norris. It looks like he's going to peel into the pits there, so I thought we were going to get a Red Bull and a McLaren going at it straight away. Max comes through, he's a mile off the pace from yesterday on a C3 tyre straight away, but that is his first lap of the day, and he was giving it full commitment. Now slows down, gets some recharge back in, probably gives those tyres a little bit of a cool down as well, and he'll go again. GP back in the ears of Max. This is going to be the lockup. So he comes across to the left-hand side. He actually locks up. It's quite rubbered in that section before the curb. But because he's drifting to the left-hand side, he's unloading the left front, which is unusual before you turn into a right-hand corner. But he's drifting over, gets onto the slightly rubbered in outside of the circuit, and has the lockup. We're going to see another one straight away. Oh, wow. Big touching on the ground there for the Racing Bulls. That was Liam Lawson having a lockup, but I think the car just literally bottomed out. You can see it, the front of the floor area. So they're running the front really low. The Aston Martin is a perfect example there, with Alonso running loads of Aero Rakes at the back. The fronts are sitting low down, and they still are generating a lot of downforce from the other side of the car. It's not ground effect, it's not as dramatic as it has been, but it's still a significant area. But then look at the rake. So the rear of the car sits higher, and so for Lawson there, it was the front that just struck out over a bump, and momentarily caused that big lockup as basically the car ground out too much, and Lawson then just lost a load of ride quality.
It was always the Red Bull in the Adrian Newey years that had the most dramatic rake. It appears the Aston Martin has taken on that trait as well. It is the most obvious car in terms of the rake.
it's a key aerodynamic philosophy. The rake of the car, so the angle at which of attack, really, the front to the rear. The more you raise it up, you get a little bit more leading edge from your wings. You get a different effect from the rush of air underneath the car as well, and the controlling of that with the diffuser at the rear end as Hamilton peels in at the start of his day. He's come through the pits already, having done a fast lap there. Similar pace to Max Verstappen. But yeah, loads of sensitive areas. We've spoken at length about these new PUs, but let's not forget these are new Formula One cars for everyone. The downforce, as ever in Formula One, is still critical, and everyone is out. We've seen lots of flow viz as per usual, lots of aero rakes there on the back of the Aston Martin. They're still going to work out. There we go, the aero rake on the back for Fernando, seeing what's coming off that diffuser, what's coming beyond the rear wheels as well there. So many sensors, and just picking up data that'll be mapped for those back in the garage, and they'll get a great profile of what the airflow is doing off the back of the car.
Yeah, just to tell you so far, with Shakedown Bahrain Test 1 and the first day of Bahrain Test 2, Aston Martin completed the fewest laps so far, 326 at the close of play yesterday. So they have some catching up to do if you compare it to Ferrari, who have done 971 so far. Mercedes on 927, Haas on 888 across the course of the testing mileage available.
326 is not a good number, is it? I mean, that's astonishingly low.
So that is, yeah, very, very tricky for them.
And you go around speaking to various teams in the paddock, and how happy they are is obviously in relation to performance that they're seeing, but it's secondly, it's getting the car on track, because getting the car on track this year more than ever is just, there's a direct correlation to performance. So you read out Ferrari, Mercedes. I said at the top of the show that they are probably maybe the two standouts at the moment, with Red Bull and McLaren being in amongst it. But then you also mentioned Haas, third, and they're really happy. Haas, Ferrari power unit, so the same that's in the back of the Ferrari, of course, is also propelling Haas to some really good, consistent running. Yesterday they ran their own program. They did some long runs, correlation runs, getting the car dialed in, and they've basically figured out early on how this PU works. Of course, there's loads more development, loads more perfecting and fine-tuning of it, but they've basically got the car on the ground and they're not troubleshooting issues. They've got a grasp of it, so they can get very early into fine-tuning aero details, setup tweaks, and getting into that. And today I'm expecting to see a lot more from Haas in terms of performance as well.
And you were telling them as we wandered through the paddock.
Well, they told me yesterday, so now I want to see it from them.
Okay, let's go downstairs and say a very good morning to Anthony Davidson in the pit lane.
Thanks, Alex. I'm down here at Williams, and the car's just come in. They had a whole array of cameras set up at the front of the car. All of them seem to be pointing at the front wing, and you can see the work goes on behind me around the front wing area. They've had the digital equipment sitting on the top plane of the front wing there, and they've been adjusting on these little yellow teardrop-shaped Allen key adjusters. Just to set the position correct. So they're definitely looking at how the front wing works out on track based on the cameras that were sitting all around both sides of the nose of the car. Now the wheels are coming off. Some of the cameras were actually pointing at the inside of the wheel and the ducting around the brakes, the cooling on the brakes. So yeah, lots of investigation going on this very new car. Of course, missed out on the Barcelona test. And we've got that lovely digital screen as well, the front of the car with the sponsorship logo on it. Such a clever idea. Haven't seen the eyes pop up this test so far, but yeah, Alex Albon sits in the car waiting to go back out. They didn't do any pit stop practice at all, no high revs as the car pulled in front of me. But yeah, early hours of this test, they seem to have taken off all the cameras now. And the car, yeah, you can see getting ready to go back out there. I'm going to wander down to Alpine. I think there's a bit of news going on down there as well. So, yeah, you can come back to me in a few minutes' time. Back to you guys.
Look forward to it. Thank you, Ashley, for the update down there at Williams. I think Williams is going to have some fun with that screen, that two-way screen that they can change for the sponsors across the course of the year. Let's check in with Sam Collins. Sam Collins with us today once again. Sam, what's caught your eye from the early minutes today and the running yesterday in the test?
Well, I absolutely loved that footage of the cameras that Ant was just showing us, pointing to the tyres. Something the teams have all got to look at is not just the front brake setup, but also how the new tyres, because they are new tyres, they're a different shape and size to the tyres used up to the end of last season. They also deform differently, so as the car goes through a corner and hopefully stays on the track, the tyre shape will change, and the teams need to understand exactly how that change happens in order to replicate it properly in CFD, computational fluid dynamics, and that's the virtual wind tunnel. They also need to see how accurate the wind tunnel tyres that they've got from Pirelli are in relation to every other single bit of the car. And another thing that's jumped out to me is the car we're looking at on the screen right now, the Mercedes. It's a bit subtle, but Mercedes actually introduced a really big upgrade package to the car yesterday. And you can see that just ahead of the rear wheel most clearly as George Russell comes through the corner here. Where it says the Petronas sponsor logo, that rear of the S of Petronas is where that side pod sculpts back into the main bodywork has been completely changed since test one, and that's a massive difference on that car, and I think we need to study what Mercedes are up to a little bit more closely.
Let's check in with an onboard camera attached to George Russell at the corner that he's not enjoying too much, but he's not the only one. Into turn 10.
An early lockup. He had a big one yesterday just before he did the day's topping time. That one you could actually hear the car derating, so decelerating before he got to the braking zone. So he's harvesting energy through turn 9, which in theory should help you stop the car. But then as a driver, naturally you think, okay, I'm going slower in, so I'm going to brake later to make sure I don't just go really slow into the apex. And you try and adapt. It's a bit like we've seen lifting coast for years and years in Formula One. When you do that, let's say your braking reference is 100 meters. But to save fuel, to save tyre life in all days of Formula One, you'd maybe do some lifting coast. So you'd lift off, rather than brake hard at 100 meters, you'd lift off at 120, and then you'd brake hard at 80 or 90 to try and make the same difference. And that's what the drivers have got to compute, but it's such a quick one that they've got to react to that. And George there was obviously trying to do the same. So the car starts just harvesting energy coming up towards turn 9. There's limited gain by deploying all the way there as you're heading to the braking zone. And then he's thinking, okay, let's brake a little bit later to make the most of this, and he's overcooked it on that occasion.
Would you say that's one of the greatest challenges for the drivers this year, is recalibrating the braking?
I think there are two major struggles for them in terms of just getting lap time out of a car. One is exactly that. It's getting the braking consistent. And again, speaking to drivers in the paddock, they are, a lot of them are loving the challenge of the cars. But they all say, especially in race trim, minimizing mistakes is going to be the key to success. And again, this is Bahrain. We see lockups, especially at this corner from time to time. You can get away with it, but we are heading with these cars to Monaco this year, and in not too long. We're also heading to Melbourne as the first race. It's a punishing circuit. It's not one with big asphalt runoffs. So if you have these brake locking issues still, you have inconsistencies of brake, you have inconsistencies of entry speed, it's really difficult for the drivers to recalibrate. Here, Abu Dhabi, lots of circuits you get away with it in the big stops. Melbourne you won't. So that is the one thing that they're really wary of. And we have seen time and time again cars on fast laps having big lockups. The other thing is power delivery. So again, you go around speaking to the drivers and they are saying like, wow, these cars are unbelievably fast. Let's see it again with George. So whipping up through the gears. A different lockup. It's another big one on the left front. He's improved his lap time, but really struggling with the braking. But yeah, you go right, there's a flat spot on that left front. As soon as he releases the brakes as well, you can see that just keeps spinning around. The slow-mo replay there doing us a lot of good, seeing that go around. And you can see actually see the smoke coming off that part that's just been scraping along the ground as he's been locked up and just rubbing that as Sam was talking about, deformation of tyres. Lockups will do that, and flat spots will give you that, and a bit of a vibration through the wheel as well. So yeah, braking, but power delivery is really tricky because they are getting, I mean, we speak about broadly 50-50 power from the combustion engine and from the battery, energy from the battery. But when they get on the throttle initially, Neil Lewis, partial throttle there, and then he's actually on a slow lap here. But partial throttle, it's okay, it's manageable. And in fact, you can use that to recharge the battery. When you then get to about 60 to 65%, you get the MG UK come in, and suddenly you get a load of torque from the energy in the battery. And I mean, this is the other big challenge for the drivers is managing that, not spinning up the wheels too much. You do that, you waste battery. So it's a real fine margin of keeping lap time, not having your big lurid slides on the exit of corners, but also not just being passive and holding back and being too cautious, because it's Formula One. You've got to be on the limit of grip.
That balance is going to be fascinating this year. It's also great for us watching the pictures and watching trackside, because it's one thing to say 1,000 horsepower. It's wonderful to see them trying to hang on to it when it comes in as well. And they've been moving around a lot at that stage of the corners.
Esteban Ocon spoke of the first Barcelona test where he had energy deployment. Barcelona, bearing in mind they've taken out that last chicane now, so you are flying through the final turn as it is, building speed, and he said he had full deployment for a lap all the way down the straight, and he was like, the thing felt like a rocket ship, the speed that he was going at that point. So these cars do take off. The other thing is corners like that, so we've just seen Lando come through 2 and 3, traction corners where you're low speed combining a lot of G-force. 2 and 3 was almost flat. Maybe it was flat if you could really open it up, or it was really on the edge of with the ground effect cars. Now it's not even close. So corners that weren't corners will become corners with this. I know Fernando Alonso has been quite vocal about turn 12 becoming a bit easier, because you see it on the map there. It's a faster corner and it leads into no straight. So naturally the drivers will harvest energy, and maybe a challenge there is taken away. But what you take away in some corners, other corners will become massive challenges. Even someone like Eau Rouge. Eau Rouge could become a terrifying corner once again, because you can't be going too slow there. It leads on the Kemmel Straight. You've got to have a massive speed coming through it, and by the time these cars get to the bottom of Eau Rouge, they are going to be flying.
It's going to be brilliant to see how these things change. It's also worth bearing in mind they've lost a lot of downforce. They will reclaim it as we get through the regulation set, just like we saw in 2022, massive reduction, and then last year they clawed a lot of it back. But dealing with the loss of downforce and potentially having to show a different type of skill through a corner like Eau Rouge, through a corner like Cops, might be fine. But we've been so used to cars being pinned in so many corners that the element of having to maybe feather the throttle through there, that would be phenomenal to see them brought back into play at high-speed corners like that.
And the turn 12 example for this circuit is a very unique one as well. So yes, it's easy flat out, especially if you're harvesting energy, it's flat out. If you're not, it would be really on the limit, probably not with these cars. But in any other circuit, when you're not flat out, it's harder to just harvest the energy, and it's not easy for the drivers still. So there's going to be plenty of corners that, even if you are harvesting, they're going to be on the limit of grip, because you still have to drive a Formula One car quickly. So it's a pretty unique example, turn 12 here. There's going to be a lot of corners that are just way more challenging with these cars that move around a lot more. We've spoken already about the braking difficulties and then getting on the throttle, but the mid-corners are not easy, with the downforce being taken away, and basically they are more nimble. They have a better turn-in, they have a good front end, and that entry phase is, the cars look a lot more alive.
Gabriel Bortoleto behind the wheel of the Audi, ahead of his second season in Formula One. Some great performances, especially at Budapest. Outstanding stuff when he was at tracks where It's a strange difference between Mr. Bortoleto and Mr. Antonelli last year. Antonelli seemed to go to a track where he had never been before and do brilliantly. Got himself in a bit of trouble in the European tracks. Bortoleto went to the tracks that he had excelled at in Formula 2 and did brilliantly in Formula 1. So it was a different pattern for two of the rookies. Another driver looking forward to another second full season is Franco Colapinto, who's heading towards Anthony Davidson down at Alpine.
He is indeed, Alex. Here he comes into the pit box. Let's see what they do here. No, they're not going to do a high rev start. A bit of a front wing adjustment, though. Actually, a big front wing adjustment. And looks like he's going to pull away slowly. He's got the Aero rakes on, so that's probably what's going on here. Taking those tiny air pitot sensors all around that array, that cluster of the Aero rakes. And I saw that front wing come down by a huge step. So they're taking, obviously, the data from the high setting of the front wing and maybe its lowest setting of the front wing. Fascinating stuff. You get to see so much more when you're down here at ground level by the pits. And just to clear up what happened earlier on as well, there was just a tiny, not glitch in the data, but they saw something, some anomaly, tiny anomaly apparently in the data with from the PU side of things. Nothing to worry about. It's just a belt and braces approach, just to bring the car back in and give it a once-over. That's the technical term for it. And then they've sent him back out there doing the Aero rake run. So yeah, I'll see what else I can sniff out. I might head to Cadillac next.
Thank you, Ant. Aero rake run from a driver point of view. Chore of the job?
Yeah, not a particularly fun time, but you got to do it. You got to do the groundwork.
It's a pretty good job.
Hey, not complaining. I'd swap again. You just saw the big metal grills on the car. We saw Alonso have it earlier on. You're not out there to try and go fast. You're out there to do a certain speed through certain corners. And I mean, I've seen the Williams was doing it a lot yesterday morning when I was trackside, and Alex Albon was in the car and he was just holding a constant speed through turn 4, through the apex. So it might be a certain range of speeds, and that will be set on the steering wheel. There'll be buttons you can press, and it'll latch you at 150 kph, 200 kph, 250 kph, and you just get a huge amount of data again on those sensors on the Aero rakes. And what Ant just saw and described for us there was them doing a front wing sweep, which will then change the angle of airflow off the front wing, and it will give them a different set of numbers. So Alpine obviously having a methodical start today, trying to get a good range of information on that front wing. And remember, they are working with Mercedes power units.
Yeah, returning to that first time. I mean, traditionally they make their own power units.
Yeah. So I was speaking to them yesterday, and they said, "Oh yeah, remember, there's loads of complexities of switching from a Renault PU to a Mercedes PU, and that comes with a lot of learning." They were describing the relationship of the engineers at Enstone as sort of like a new driver race engineer relationship, because they've got to now work with Mercedes engineers sitting in-house now in Enstone with the crew. And there's a whole new bunch of engineers with different ideas, different terminology that are looking after the power unit. So as Ant described there, they're coming in with what looked like it might be a glitch on the PU side. That'll be the Mercedes engineers from the PU side. So they're not Mercedes F1 engineers, they're Mercedes power unit engineers that are with Alpine, who have a Mercedes engine in the back. They'll be there saying, this is what we do. And it might be different. Whoa, Verstappen wide, pressing on again. It might be different to what the Renault PU engine is. It might be a different attitude, different approach. And they were saying it's not bad, but they're having to adapt to each other, a little bit like a new driver adapts to a race engineer as well. And I did remind them that I was actually there at Enstone. We went from Lotus with a Mercedes power unit to Renault with a Renault power unit, so I've done the reverse. And I know what it's like when you have a whole new different way of working coming. It takes a little bit of time to get used to. But they're off to a good start, I think, Alpine.
Yeah, Enstone-based team, traditionally Renault-powered throughout their history. They did have that switch to Mercedes power, and then switched back when Renault bought the Works team once again. And they're continuing under the Alpine brand, but going for Mercedes power due to the belief that Mercedes would have the class of the field engine for this new set of regs. Max Verstappen heading to turn 11, heading wide.
bangs on that throttle. There's a lot interesting. Just normally I hate the rearward shots because you don't get too much. But first of all, the active aero popped open and shut. Second of all, you could hear the car stopping, accelerating with the electrical motor with the active aero still open. So that's not lift and coast. That is a super clip. It's basically harvesting energy at the end of straight. So Max is full on the throttle. It keeps the rear wing open as it used to do with DRS, and the front wing open, of course, as well. And he's harvesting energy for about 100 meters before that braking zone. Finally, that car was in okay to turn 11, and it was in kind of that well that Max was hunting for the throttle pretty early on there as well. And it was just a little bit too much, obviously, to take him out to the curb, and you cannot ride that exit curve at turn 11, so off he went. But nothing too sinister in the car. I would say that was a car looking actually broadly quite okay. Max hunting the throttle and it just being a little bit too much. But we've seen a lock-up, we've seen an excursion there at turn 11. I don't think any of which are massive head scratches for Red Bull in terms of nasty handling characteristics.
Sam Collins, you were remarking upon the Red Bull's updates as they get closer to race 1 spec in this test.
Yeah, absolutely. Red Bull, again, it's one of those things that when you look at the car, it's got that familiar old paint job on it, which, okay, it's a new paint job this year, but I've been looking at it for 3 days. It's now pretty familiar. The car was actually dramatically different when it rolled out of the garage yesterday. You may remember thinking back when you saw the car in the pictures from Barcelona and then last week's testing here in Bahrain. The car had a rather slab-sided sort of side pod. Well, the undercuts have appeared. They've got a completely new side pod, new engine cover, new front wing, new floor, and a huge amount of other details. Come on, it's more interesting than that, Liam. It's worth watching this Red Bull. Get up and look down the pit lane.
Liam, come on, man. You're live on TV.
I opened his eyes just as you said that as well.
Well, that's because they listen to us.
Sorry, Sam. On you go, on you go.
Well, yeah, exactly. So it's the package on the Red Bull is utterly huge. And that's why I think almost the aerodynamic data that the team got from the test last week is kind of moot. It's not really all that important to Red Bull because the car is drastically different this week to what they ran last week. So now they're really starting to learn what the Red Bull can do, and it's a really big package. And the thing about that that's really got my attention is that's the team that was second in the Constructors' Championship last year, yet they're building a major upgrade package this early in the season. That shows you just how much technical development we're going to see on these cars as the year goes on, because it's really aggressive already. And Red Bull have the second smallest allocation of wind tunnel time of any team up and down the grid. McLaren, of course, have the smallest. So what the smaller teams down the grid and what teams like this one, Aston Martin, are going to bring, well, hopefully Aston Martin are going to bring a car that works properly, but when the rest of the teams up and down the grid start developing their cars, I think we're going to see some dramatic changes out on track. In fact, I know for a fact we're going to see a dramatic change out on track today from one team, but we'll have to come back to that shortly.
Sam Collins, leaving the dramatic cliffhanger. Always enjoy it. Always enjoy
Loves
it.
a tease, doesn't he?
In testing commentary, Sam Collins always leaving you guessing. George Russell back in the car there. A bit of a sharp exit as we complete the opening half hour of the day. Williams receiving Alexander Albon, third fastest. Topping the times yesterday, George Russell, who did it late on in Jolyon Palmer's designated power hour, which was slightly underpowered yesterday. Not as many push laps as perhaps we were expecting.
But we got a session topping time.
We did.
So it was just need one moment to make the power hour a power hour.
1:33.459, 76 laps for George Russell yesterday. Exactly 100th of a second quicker than Oscar Piastri, who had done his qualifying sim earlier in the session.
Looked like mechanical balance changes at the front of the Mercedes going on as Russell was getting back into it. So whilst Alpine were there doing a front wing sweep, Mercedes working on the mechanical balance, roll balance side of the things down there. George hopping back in, so he should be able to get some more laps on the board. Max busy getting on with it. Just 2 cars out on circuit at the moment, Verstappen and Norris. Norris is 10 laps, the most of anyone in the first half an hour.
Top 2 in the championship last year. A bit of a throwback question. Something I felt at the time, but obviously when you get a new champion, you're going to talk about the new champion. You're surprised with the way that Max Verstappen didn't back the pack up in Abu Dhabi last year?
Yeah. Real throwback question.
No, let's
debrief Abu Dhabi.
No, I was just thinking, things that never made it to air, but I was always curious about. And the fun thing about testing is that you get to ask all the questions you're curious about and ask the experts. But were you surprised with the way he approached that title decider?
I was sure he was about to make the race as hideous as possible for those behind. There was a lot going into it, different strategies. McLaren used Oscar with a different tyre strategy. I still thought Red Bull would throw something more at it than they did. For having got so close, honestly, I felt like they didn't throw all the everything in their armory at winning the title in the end. They were happy to win the race in Abu Dhabi. It was you know what we saw? We saw a really different Max through last year.
Yeah.
Max, the ruthless, was the guy that won all the titles, and we still saw the driving precision throughout last year. I think it was his best driving season. He says that there's been many. 2023 where he blitzed the whole field was incredible, but we didn't see him really back to the wall very much. 2021 was an unbelievable year for him as well, really. But last year, to get so close to the title, I thought was amazing. But he almost seemed content to not win it, which I never thought I'd ever say for Max Verstappen. But he was. It felt like he was happy to have got as close as he did. Look, he'd love to have won it, but was he about to do everything he possibly could? I got the impression that it sort of mellowed a little bit through it.
It's a very intriguing detail, and to put you in the paddock on the Saturday night, there were plenty of people in Abu Dhabi who expected that race to be a go slow, back the pack up. Multiple teams were basing their strategy around that being the case, and it just didn't materialise, and hence why I asked the question, albeit a few days late.
Yeah,
but I was intrigued.
Only about 60 days late. You know what? I gave it such a whopping build-up as well on F1 TV. And then it was just a drive away from the front race. Oh,
most wins of anyone last year. Incredible.
To bring it back to this year, if I may.
Please do.
Look, I could talk about last year all the time. It was a great season. The McLaren, doesn't it look... Hang on, let me rewind it 24 years to the 2001 Arrows. Did any of you guys think that the McLaren looks like the Arrows of old now that they've got a little bit more papaya on the car?
Loads of new viewers. Let's give them the chat that they want. So Arrows were a Formula One team that disappeared in 2002.
Hey, and Max's dad was driving for them.
Very
it was
good.
a Jos Verstappen team, so let's bring it full circle.
Present. It's going well.
Yeah, and of course let's not forget Enrique Bernoldi.
Don't mention that when DC's around.
We can do it now. We'll do it this week.
My word.
That's why we're going to get the Arrows chat out the way now.
He gets a faraway look in his eye. Sam Collins, have you got more to chime in on this?
Oh, absolutely. You're just talking about one of my all-time favourite Grand Prix cars, the Arrows A23. That was the orange one that Jolyon's referring to. But also, that was a car only did about half a season, but was really quite competitive. But then it returned for another 2 seasons of Formula One with a Honda engine in the back and was called the Super Aguri. And there's somebody in the pit lane, I think, who knows all about that car.
Brilliant television again, Sam Collins. You give this man a Bahrain test and he is swinging for the fences. Yeah, Anthony Davidson behind the wheel of the Super Aguri. It was a great looking car, a fantastic looking car, very distinctive as well. Bodywork underneath the car as well. Arrows ran out of money, 2002, that was the end of them. Super Aguri ran it in the mid-2000s.
And then ran out of money.
And then ran out of money. But then, Sam, that team had a big impact on the Brawn effort, part of the team that got to the double diffuser, and there was a massive regulation change. We're in another massive regulation change that's part of their success story in 2009.
Well, what that team did is Honda basically closed down the Super Aguri team so it had run out of money, but they took the aerodynamic department and tasked them to go and muck about with the 2 new regulations and just spend a year playing with that new car concept and sort of filtered that into the wider Honda development program, which I think had 5 separate wind tunnel programs at one point. So it was a hugely advanced car before Honda decided to leave the sport at the end of 2008 and sold the car to Ross Brawn for £1. and that car went on to win the championship in a dominant fashion in the first half of the year. But what that did, what the team really did that was clever there, it wasn't just a double diffuser and clever aero bits around the car. It was the fact that in 2008, Ross Brawn looked at the car and went, do you know what? We're not going to bother with this year. The car's going to be slow. We're not going to develop it. We're just going to focus everything on the new regulations. Well, there's a couple of teams in the field this year who have done exactly that. Alpine is one of them, and Williams, to a lesser extent, is the other. And that could net those teams some really big steps forward. Aston Martin was sort of doing something similar as well, though it doesn't really seem to have worked out so well for them, does it?
So let me throw this to you, Sam. The Brawn story has been extremely well documented now. Keanu Reeves has been on it as well. Everyone knows the Brawn story, one of sport's great stories. Winning with the design, they turned off the taps from a bleak 2008, as you said. I feel like since then, in the last 15 years, everyone's kind of trying to replicate the Brawn story by turning the taps off really early from the current year and then working on next year's car. But no one's got close to actually achieving it. It's pretty rare that you see someone go from the back to... Even getting to the midfield is not easy, let alone the front of the pack, like Brawn, I mean, blew the competition away. This year, there was a chance because of the new regs, a little bit like Brawn. So you've mentioned 3 teams there. Alpine, and I know you've gone a little bit bold with your prediction that they're going to be on the podium in Melbourne, but they think too you might have gone a bit bold. Williams appeared to be on the back foot, and there's a lot of reports saying that car is grossly overweight, which is not great when you've spent a year trying to develop this year's car to turn up with it in nowhere near the weight limit. And then Aston Martin we're talking about as the big underachievers. So of the 3 teams that you've listed who turned the taps off, doesn't seem to be giving them anything. All the big guns were still the big guns last year, from what we see.
It's still early days, Jolyon, but I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the last team to really make a big step forwards as a result of doing that was Haas back in 2022. Big rule change, and then they managed to not develop the car in 2021 at all. It was pretty awful, that car, actually, and then made a massive step forward at the first race of the year here in Bahrain. And that really worked out for the Haas team, and since then Haas have moved forward in the field. So I think that's kind of what Williams are hoping to do, though I think everybody, including Williams, were taken by surprise by their pace last season because they didn't bring a new car at all. They raced the 2024 car in 2025, as did Alpine, but Williams suddenly became a whole load more competitive. And I think that cost them in terms of wind tunnel time and CFD time, and it's now put the pressure on the team to try and step forwards from that. And to do that, you're taking on McLaren, you're taking on Red Bull, you're taking on Mercedes, and you're taking on Ferrari. And that's a big ask. But yeah, I think you're right. We've not seen that giant step forward. So maybe strategically it isn't the best option, but on paper it does seem to work.
Haas also put a professional racing driver in the seat, didn't they, for 2022 when K-Mag came back. It was a tough year with the rookies. I mean, Mick Schumacher, Formula 2 champ, and then Nikita Mazepin as well, struggling so badly in his one and only year. Mick did all right in 2022, held his own, but I do think having an established driver in the team is such a must-have for especially a new set of regulations. It'll be interesting with Racing Bulls this year, having Arvid Lindblad, massively inexperienced. Liam Lawson's going to have to lead the team, but he's not got a huge amount of experience himself, has he?
Lots for the rookie to do. Let's send it downstairs to Cadillac now, where we can join a driver who started 21 glorious Grand Prix for Super Aguri, Anthony Davidson.
Yeah, thanks for the memories, guys, up there. Yeah, you know, they were good memories, actually, the Super Aguri team. And, you know, this team that we're looking at here, Cadillac, it reminds me a lot of that plucky little team that I drove for back in the early 2000s. You know, starting a team from scratch with a lot of experienced faces here in the garage at Cadillac, many that I remember from my time at Brackley and more recently at Mercedes on the sim program. So, you know, a team full of experience, but obviously starting something from brand new is never easy. And you can see all the aero rakes in front of us on the car. That's going on, and then they're going to be doing a few laps with that, and then they're going to be concentrating on a race run, a full race program today, I believe. So keep your eye out for that. and keep an eye on their lap times as well as those long runs continue towards the midday point. And you've got the car's fired up, obviously, but it's not going anywhere. You've got Valtteri Bottas just to the right-hand side, who will be no doubt stepping in very soon, and Graham Loudon chatting away with him there. So, yeah, Valtteri looks, as always, cool, calm and collected. He's had his coffee, don't worry. I've seen him put the espresso cup down. So, and he's had his head buried in the data after that as well. You can see if you just come around this way, and you can see all the screens to the right-hand side, and the engineers just looking at all the telemetry, and he had his face buried in those screens earlier, just getting an idea of what was picked up from yesterday and last week as well, and how you can carry these very complex cars through the race pace, through the race simulation later on. So yeah, Aero rakes go right underneath the car. I don't know if you can see that, underneath the nose section. And these things are incredibly intricate. I've spoken to a few people that actually build these at Mercedes, and it's always a tense time for the people that build them, because they're not designed to last an entire race. You know, these things will come off when they go and do their race sim later on. But it's tense times for the people that manufacture them, because they're only built to do 2 or 3 laps at relatively slow speeds, and the drivers are always asked by the team not to go over curbs and take liberties out there, because you can easily damage them. Quite often they come back in, actually, the Aero rakes, with some parts broken on them, but that's to be expected, because they're an absolute bespoke bit of kit. So yeah, let's keep an eye on Cadillac. They haven't been out there yet today, but yeah, they're taking their time, probably waiting for track conditions to be a little bit more representative of the hotter temperatures you might see for race runs. Behind us, that noise was made by Lando Norris. If you just spin around to the left, he's just about to do a start here, look. So, brand new set of tyres. Clutch bite point test going on. And then you're going to hear, inevitably, those revs build up. I'll try and point my microphone in that direction when he does, and see if he can pick anything up. Waiting there a long time. Here we go. I don't know if you could hear that, but that was, yeah, quite a while sitting at high res, but then I heard it dip down dangerously low, actually. It's a little bit uphill here. I don't know if the camera quite picks that up, but it's a bit more uphill than the actual start straight, where they will be doing the real start in a few months' time when we come here. And so yeah, it's an extra challenge for them to start from a slight incline, and I heard the revs drop dangerously low. So if they go any lower, obviously the anti-stall kicks in and you're going nowhere. Worst case scenario, the car absolutely stalls, and if you're not lucky enough to be one of those teams that can restart the power unit from inside the cockpit, that could be a race-ending moment. So yeah, lots of intrigue down here in the pit lane. I'll wander right down to the other end, go and see what's going on at Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferrari area. Back to you guys.
Top reporter, very handy racing driver, and sound dot. Really enjoyed that. Point the microphone in the direction of the McLaren. Thank you, Ant. Appreciate it. Down there for us at Cadillac.
And he's spot on with that, you know, the revs sounding like they dropped. I thought there was going to be an anti-stall with the way that it just died. Interestingly, so I was timing as Ant held the microphone out, Lando picking up the revs, and it was about 5-6 seconds. So it's not a sort of 10-second hold to get that turbo spooled up that we sort of were told that it might be by some teams after last week. It's not as long. And of course, McLaren, I would say, sitting at the end of the pits there, but they're going to be banking on the fact that they might not be starting last in races this year, so they're going to have a bit of a hold as the rest of the grid forms up. So you don't necessarily want to have your tyres too hot every time you do a practice launch, because that's not going to be the case if you're starting in the front quarter of the grid. I actually think in this era, having a general slight bog as you release the clutch is going to be a decent thing. I've raced turbo cars a lot on my way up through the ranks, and avoiding wheel spin was always the tricky thing. I didn't have the massive spooling delays, but if you drop the clutch, and we saw that a little bit yesterday, cars immediately going to wheel spin as they're slightly high on the rev range, and it's really difficult to get it back. if you have a slight, almost like a slight bog as the revs just dip down, the cars have then got a lot of power to bring that through, and you can then just use your right foot to bring that back in. What is going to be as crucial, as Ant was saying, though, is to avoid the anti-stall, and that's what we saw, and that's where you start flirting with. As the revs drop, it's okay if you can keep the power in and just apply more throttle without having the wheel spin and needing to do anything with the clutch. You release the clutch, and then it's just a job of getting the right foot down. But if you have an anti-stall, that is worst case scenario. Wheel spin, bad. Anti-stall, terrible. Anything else is an acceptable start, I think, for Melbourne.
Lando Norris currently on for the fastest time of the day. Early running at this stage. Benchmark is a 1:34.6. Norris on the C4 tyre. Out of the 15th and final corner around the racetrack. Active Aero in one of 4 straight zones around the circuit. Comes across the line. And he does a 1:33.4 across the line.
Ding, ding, ding.
And it's slightly faster than what George did yesterday.
6 thousandths quicker than Russell from yesterday. We have the fastest time of the test, which makes him 16 thousandths quicker than Piastri did yesterday as well. So he's just eclipsed Oscar there. So McLaren getting on with it. C4 tyre, so they are definitely running through some low fuel simulations. Red Bull with a load of Flovis. So again, another different method. Ant just talked you through the Aero Rakes, the big metal grills on the car, but this is going to be another one for collecting airflow. And you can see it nicely as Max sweeps through turn 12. Look at the flow of air and the rush that it's getting, the pattern as the paint is sort of thin and not existent in certain places.
Well, coming to the end of the lap for Max Verstappen, gathering that important data, which is why they have painted the Illuminous livery on top, and he comes across the line. And he completes his lap. George Russell is just starting one as he heads into turn number 1. And as he climbs the hill, we can send it trackside to Bernie Collins, who's watching on for us.
Yes, hello. I'm down here at turn 4. It's been a really beautiful corner to watch these cars coming. As George Russell just comes along now, you can see coming from around 390 kph, braking into this turn 4 and accelerating then out of it. Now, the Mercedes, as we've seen, has looked quite calm, quite settled coming into that corner on braking. Some others have looked a little bit more loose on braking into the entry, as we see Verstappen go through on a slow lap. And hopefully we can see another car come through here now, again pushing. So Behrman pushing. And you can see much slower than the McLaren come through that corner and doing a little bit of derating there on the battery as well. But this corner has been really interesting to watch. Some cars just on the entry, on that apex on the other side of the track, have looked quite loose. So the back end almost steps a little bit. And that's, I think, why we've seen several lockups in this corner as well. We've seen lockups all through yesterday and some earlier today as well. But having a good balance through this corner from that, as I say, around 290 kph on braking. So I think this might be an Alpine coming slowly, but Colapinto coming slowly through this corner as well. But this really shows the balance that these cars have, and actually it's a brilliant track position to be so close to the side of the track here. As Lawson now comes through, this car as well has looked very, very strong. No instability there at all from Lawson as he powers out through that corner. So that racing ball, I think, is actually one to watch as well. The Williams does have a slight imbalance as it comes in, and on exit actually, not looking as grounded as some of those other cars. And that's all from turn 4 from now, so I'll throw it back up to the commentary box.
Thank you, Ben. As we see George Russell go past one last time, and we go on board with Lando Norris.
Holding the gear coming through turn 7. This is probably the hardest section, coming up the hill and then into the braking zone still. We've seen a couple of lockups for Russell earlier on. Looks stable on the rear. That was a little bit of oversteer as the power came in for Lando. Tricky section here at 11 to try and get on the gas on the exit. You can see just the slight moment as the cape came in, and he suddenly had a load of power. I think it's a fairly nicely balanced car. In towards 11 and into 13, he's been on the limit of oversteer as he's going down the gears and getting the car turned in. Bit of clipping into the final corner. Chasing the throttle, he's got plenty of steering to do, so the traction's pretty sensible considering all of that for a McLaren. He's on the C4 tyre, which helps, and through he goes. We then saw him come in, massive downshift as soon as he crosses the line, get that recharge going straight away. We then saw him come in as Bernie was talking, and I liked the front wing flap change that's now on the top of the nose for the McLaren team, where the actuator is, and he's going again. So I wonder if they've just taken out a degree of front wing or something, because that looked like it had decent stability on traction, but on the way in there was just a couple of times there for 11 and 13 where he just had to check the steering on the limit of oversteer. It was nicely controlled, but if I was a driver there, maybe you come in and say, if we can just trim slightly the front end in the higher speed, which is largely what the front wing will control, then maybe I can just release the brakes and carry a bit more on the entry. Just a couple of times he had to hold on to it because he's struggling with the rear stepping round. So he's made that change, and he's done an outlap, and he's going again, but it was the same set of tyres, so I'm not expecting an improvement.
Franco Colapinto coming to the end of a lap. Yeah, we've been so used to seeing the front wing angle adjusted at the side for years, now central due to the active aero.
Some and some. There is, I like the novelty of it. I like the active aero. There's novelty in how they're designed. So plenty of them are still changes on the side. The McLaren is one of the more unique ones, where it's from central and above the on top of the nose. Let's have a look. This is Lando going to be pushing again. Yeah, you know what? The last time we saw it, I thought there was about 40 meters of derating. That time I think it was about 20 meters of derating as he started his lap. Yeah, so I mean, it's a little bit bumpy there for the braking zone, but I think he's arriving at a higher speed, and you can see he's absolutely nowhere near making that corner. This is, again, we spoke already a while ago now about the two challenges, getting on the throttle, but even more the consistency of braking and entry speed. And I think the lap before that he did, there was actually a bigger energy harvest before he hit the brakes. That time it looked like they carried power a little bit longer, so I wonder if he's opened the lap slightly later, deployed energy slightly later to open his lap, and the drivers are saying how sensitive it is. If you basically go full beans on the straight, right on the line, or you move your point slightly earlier to go full beans, you're going to have different moments of harvesting. You're going to have a different entry speed. And I think that second time where he's had the big lock-up there, the tyres are another lap older. It's never been an easy braking zone, and I think he's arrived a little bit quicker, and that's caught him out.
George Russell continuing out there. Lap count so far on the left-hand side. Lando Norris with 16 laps, Max Verstappen with 14, 13 for Alex Albon. Franco Colapinto has done 8. George Russell has done 16. Gabriel Bortoleto has done 8. Liam Lawson has done 6 so far, once he woke up. And then we have seen Fernando Alonso do 7 laps. Lewis Hamilton has done 5. Ollie Behrman has done 8. And we've yet to see Valtteri Bottas behind the wheel of the Cadillac. It's a 33.4, the fastest time of the test so far for Lando Norris.
So you know the old classic cliche that comes out all the time in Formula One, especially when we get to a street circuit, it's a balance of risk versus reward. I think we say that too much. It gets a little bit boring, but I'm going to say it again in pre-season testing, because I think there's going to be some times in the season, especially in these early races, where drivers are having to think how aggressively they push braking. Because, as I said earlier, if you find the Norris moment there at other circuits that are punishing with walls or gravel or even grass on the outside, you're going to be smashing the car up. So there's going to be a level with the way that the cars are now until they get a little bit more consistent. And the rate of evolution already is very high, the rate of development. But as they are right now, drivers are going to have to be thinking, on punishing circuits, I have to just be a little bit cautious as I hit the brakes. Melbourne turn 3, I have to err on the side of caution, because if I go full beans, braking as late and hard as I possibly can, if I'm arriving that little bit quicker, because the energy's just been deploying a little bit later on the straight, you don't necessarily feel it, obviously, and trying to calibrate that in your mind so late in the day on the straight when the clipping's coming, that's tricky. So I think the drivers are going to naturally have to take a little bit of a cautious approach, especially in race trim when the harvest is a little bit more, because the punishment for having these lockups and going off is this could be the end of the race. How much do you risk it, and what is the reward?
I was going to say risk versus reward. Always a tightrope to walk in Formula One, but fascinating balance that they will have to strike. We have Lewis Hamilton down in 9th at the moment, but it's been a very, very handy testing pre-season so far for Ferrari, and Sam Collins can take us through a few images of that Ferrari.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. The Ferrari has got some inspiration, I think, and I'm going to be obscure with the reference to the inspiration because it's all about Formula 3000 back in, that was the predecessor to forerunner of GP2 and now Formula 2. We're looking at Lewis Hamilton coming down the start-finish straight. Now, I want you to pay attention to the rear wing on the Ferrari SF26. It looks a bit funny in this shot, doesn't it? I'll play it forward, see if you can recognise what's happening here. It comes past the camera, get another view of it. Now, what we're talking about is the upper element of the rear wing. Just here, well, drawn that badly. The upper element of the rear wing. And you can see it very clearly, just sitting on top there. Now, what's going on with that? Why does it look so strange? Well, watch it go back into corner mode. This is pretty dramatic. There you go. The wing has fully rotated around. Now, I thought at first that was a technical failure. It wasn't. Ferrari have discovered something quite clever in the regulations, I feel. It doesn't specify that the wing has to be mounted the right way up when the active aero is deployed. Let's watch that again. And that means that they can run the wing upside down as the car goes down the straight. An upside down wing in aircraft wing configuration should reduce aerodynamic drag because it's even generating a bit of lift. And then they've come up with a mechanism to allow it to rotate all the way around. And that is something nobody else in F1 has tried yet. And I think Ferrari just tried it very briefly right at the start of the day and hoped nobody else would notice. But we did. And I think that's something a lot of teams will be paying attention to. So there, yeah, maybe a bit of inspiration from back in the old F3000 days, where one of the teams mounted one of their rear wing planes upside down at Monza to try to reduce aerodynamic drag. They raced it that way, didn't win the race, but it worked out quite nicely for them before the practice was banned. But in these regulations, that's completely acceptable from Ferrari, as far as I can see in the rules. So they're running their wing fully upside down to try to get the drag off when teams like Alpine are hinging their wings differently to try to drop the wing down altogether. This is the sort of innovation I love to see in pre-season testing.
Hats off, Sam Collins. That is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. I was not, when you were saying what was about to happen there, I still wasn't expecting that.
The Palmer face of doubt was real, Sam. And then
I never doubt Sam.
And then we spun the wing, and it's game show stuff. Let's spin the wing.
Right, if that is like a DAS level of innovation, that you're watching something and you are boggled as to what's happening. And yeah, well, let's keep our eyes peeled then on Ferrari. Hamilton has been in the garage now for quite a long time, so that's been on. He's come past once so far this morning, right at the start of the day, and then he's gone back out, come back in, and he's been in the garage now for quite a while. So we'll keep an eye. According to the regs this year, there is a 0.4 second transition that the active aero can take. What I would say, I know you're slowing down that clip, but it looked like it was taking it obviously will take longer to shut from that position of literally having to rotate the wing. So that is going to be something. Speaking to Pierre Gasly yesterday, he was talking about having to actually press the button on to manually deactivate the active aero, because sometimes it was when your drivers are hitting the brakes, it's not fully loaded up and you need all the downforce you can get. It wasn't as seamless as the DRS of old. And obviously for Ferrari there, if Hamilton's approaching the corner and the wing is active and upside down, he's going to have absolutely no load on the car as he hits the brakes. So he's going to have to manually deactivate that quite early to make sure he's there. And then it's whether it complies with the regs of the speed in which that's happening. Fascinating. Wow.
So to go back to the incident that Sam was referencing, it's Formula 3000, so would be Formula 2 today at Monza, support race at Monza. The rules stipulated that the cars had to run specific wings. It didn't say that they had to be mounted the right way up, but it eventually got disqualified anyway.
What was the team?
Petrobras.
So that became iSport. I believe, because I drove for iSport in GP2, and this was one of the stories they told me, and this was before I used to watch a little bit of F3000, but I do not remember this being a thing. I was probably quite young at the time. And they said that they recognised this rule, and this was an amazing innovation. They recognised this rule, and bearing in mind in F3000, it's like F2.
Yeah, spec cars.
You're not expecting spec cars. You're not expecting the attention to detail to be that level, and you sort of think what you get is what you've got. But they saw this, and so they tried it in one of the pre-season tests, and they realised that the straight line speed advantage was ridiculous. So they kept their powder dry all year, got to Monza, and right at the last minute, turned the wing round. And everyone was just looking at them like they were absolutely stark bonkers. And sure enough, it happened. How did they do?
They're disqualified. Finished 6th and then disqualified.
Yeah. So they were competitive with it.
Yeah.
The straight lines, but... No.
Is that one of those things? It's like the theory that with a free throw in basketball, it's statistically better to go underarm. But you don't want to do it because it looks a bit ridiculous. So I'm sure I read somewhere that it's statistically better to try that, but the players don't want to do it because it looks ridiculous. So if you roll out of the garage, even though it's an advantage, and you've got the wing the wrong way round, suddenly you're like,
We're in the era of Moneyball now, though, aren't we?
Marginal gains.
Yeah. Forget what looks ridiculous. Do what works. Yeah. And so the other teams were all like, what on earth is going on? I think they had little to lose when they did it. I think they were towards the back of the field as well. And changed it around, and it was like driving in a different formula. It was like driving these cars against last year's or 2022's cars, the first set of the regs. So these with a ridiculous straight line speed against cars with a load of downforce, and seeing what happens. And I think the result was relative chaos, but obviously a good drive from Pitsonia, a future Formula 1 driver.
Okay, into the second hour of our stint. Final 2 hours of both sessions today in the company of David Croft and Anthony Davidson. We've had a word from the FIA that they're going to repeat the start procedure at the end of the day again. So you get to enjoy that to conclude the coverage. Sam loves to do a tease. That's a tease all the way to the end of the day, under the lights. And we'll see, like we did at the end of yesterday's running, another start procedure.
Was that the tease, Sam? Were you teeing up Ferrari when you gave us that?
I absolutely was, but there's always more to talk about with these cars. Every time I'm looking at these cars, I'm seeing new things, and well, I've got a big old list on my little notepad here to go through, and we'll get through it as the day goes on. But there's a lot to talk about.
Okay, brilliant. I wasn't sure if we should still be waiting on tenterhooks for something more to come, but
yeah,
we will.
We're going to cut to another team, and then the front wing's just going to rotate. It's going to spin like a fan. Unbelievable. Honestly, the fun thing in testing, I don't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting the rear wing element to rotate entirely. The joys of being able to pour over that now. Be all over social media.
It looked like it went concave, didn't it? I was wondering how on earth they managed to do that.
It's because the wing's upside down, so the bend in it is the natural bend. So if you look at McLaren's wing here, it's kind of bent in the middle. If you flip it upside down, that's why it sort of takes that funny shape. But slightly odd rear wing movements, and I've mentioned him before because he drove a car at Le Mans with a very, shall we say, dubious rear wing movement on his car. It was Anthony Davidson in the Toyota a few years ago. We've talked about him for Super Aguri, and now we've talked about him for slightly dubious rear wings, and I'm sure he'll have some input on that as well. We're really putting him on the spot now.
Yeah, I realise in hindsight, I just was not expecting the wing to flip like that. I've never seen that before in my life. Whilst he's going flat out on a straight. I mean, I've heard the old story, Petrobras. I have never seen that was sci-fi stuff.
Wow. Worth pressing play or switching on your TV for in the early
Well, I'd
hours
say
of
worth
testing.
rewinding and watching that again.
Yeah, can we see it again? I'd love to see it again. It's the most surprising moment of testing so far. Lockups at turn 1 and turn 10, we absolutely expect.
Yeah, and not much has happened since. So go back, watch it again, and then catch up with where we're at live.
Alex Albon continuing on.
With a personal best.
This is Liam Lawson going wide, turn 11.
Yeah. Oh. Wow, that was so massive snap of oversteer. I mean, he's nearly losing the car, but that was one of the strangest moments. Let's have a look again. So he turns in, bam, oversteer. Now he's wide, and then he just sits at this lock that is over the slip angle of the tyre until he just washes inevitably wide with he's carrying too much speed, having had the initial oversteer. But strange to see him just sit there on the lock stops to try and stop it. Most of the time you'd see him just straighten up and go offline. I wonder if they were under strict orders not to go over the curb or something, and he's out of desperation, just thinking somehow find some front grip and don't send me over that bigger curb that we saw Verstappen straddle early on.
He actually radioed to the team, being told from the gallery, that he hurt his hand with that. I don't know.
So maybe there was something more. It looks.
It was an odd one.
That
wasn't
is
it?
bizarre. So he's had the oversteer. So has he? He's on the lock, being on the lock stop. So you'll remember in the same team, Daniel Ricciardo broke his metacarpal in Zandvoort by holding onto the wheel, hit the barrier at turn 3, and classically, drivers are told to let go of the wheel when you're about to hit the barrier. But the same way, when you're on the lock stops there as Lawson is, you're crossing your hands over. It's a very odd angle, and then if you're going to find the curb, or you're going to find vibration, you're more likely to hurt yourself in that way than having your hand in the normal regular support. Interesting, and a strange thing from the cockpit there. Difficult to explain.
Yeah, wide moment for Liam Lawson. There is Lawson, back in the garage now.
His hands are working, so that's good. He needs to be throwing a rugby ball around, doesn't he, after he gets out?
New sport today, probably be golf. We started with rugby, then we moved to American football. What will the Lawson sport be today? At the moment, Formula One, as he gets out of the car and begins to have a conversation with his engineers. We're checking in on Max Verstappen. The lap count for Verstappen now up to 18th tour of the day now, and we're watching him at a personal best sector 1.
So 1/10 from Norris in the first sector, carrying a lot of speed there through 9 and slowing it down neatly to 10. So don't get distracted by the flow viz. This is a full push lap here for Max. Again, the double take on the active aero for the Red Bull. We saw that earlier on, where it goes and then it comes off again, then it goes. Now, if he lifts his foot off the throttle because he's managing traction, that would happen. He has to press the button twice. Most likely explanation, I would say, but that's a couple of times we've seen it. It's a difficult traction zone. The Red Bull has, especially yesterday in the hands of Hadjar, loses a little bit more in the middle sector than the McLaren, which was very competitive in that middle sector. And then we'll see if Max can hold something in it on the final sector. I think this is a new set of tyres, and he's using the juice to the max out of the final corner. But it's not paying dividends. He manages to bring that gap down slightly to Lando from what it was, but still just a little bit of drift. Difference in tyre. Norris was C4, Verstappen C3. Certainly ringing the neck of the Red Bull. And earlier on, when he went a 10.5 down, that was just a tiny bit in all 3 sectors.
2 hours, 50 minutes to go. The opening session on day 2. The final pre-season test before the season opener in Australia, round 1 of 24. Ollie Behrman on an outlap right now.
So, by the way, when we said Albon, when I said not much had happened, of course I apologise to Williams because they had just done their best lap of the test. Albon on a C4 tyre, so he is running through qualifying simulations here as well for Williams. 1.6 seconds down on Norris. They are on a similar program. Verstappen's on the same, but on a 1 step harder tyre there on the C3, with some flow vis on the car. Everyone's still trying to learn with every run. So let's have a look again. Flip, flop, flip. Where does the... Is he... So you know what he's doing? I think... No, let's go again, because I think... I was going to say, has he somehow activated it before the SM straight mode on the track? But I don't think he has. And I think he'd be, by the time he presses the first bit of throttle, but maybe then he's unloaded the car and he's had to have a slight lift. Or there's something else going on with the Red Bull.
We'll chase some answers down in the pit lane around quite why it's open, closed and open again.
Yeah, well, it would only need to be sort of like 5% of throttle, so you'd barely feel that in the car to shut. It's a little bit like the DRS in previous years. As soon as you back off from full throttle, then that will shut. And it is the same with this active aero now as well. So it doesn't have to be a full lift. So it might just be a tiny hesitation on the throttle, having gone full. You've got to go full, press the button, and then come off it again. So, and we've seen it more than once. Could be something, could be nothing.
Norris, Verstappen, Albon, top three, all done 19 laps. Colapinto, 15 laps for the Alpine drive. Russell's done 21 as Mercedes continue good mileage and good performance. Bortoletto on 8, 12 for Fernando Alonso. Lawson has done 8, had a wide moment at turn 11, reported slightly left hand in the process. Lewis Hamilton has provided the most dramatic moment of the day with Sam's best patch for years in the analysis. And Ollie Behrman's done 10 laps. We've yet to see the Cadillac of Valtteri Bottas out on track. Promise you an outlap with Ollie Behrman. He's out there with a bit of flow vis as well.
Yeah, we'll see what he's going to do. No time on the board, so if he makes it across the line, that's going to be something for Behrman. He's leaning on it, so I wonder if he is just simply doing flow vis runs with nothing else, and he's going to go out, do a hard outlap, and come back in once again here, Behrman. Because if you're preparing anything, you don't lean on it quite like that, especially around this circuit. So we'll see if he does peel in or not. I want to see the rear-facing camera for that Hamilton from rear wing. He's still in the pits, Lewis, and yeah, Behrman does pit again. So they are just mucking around with flow. I say mucking around, doing fine detail of the flow vis, but no times at the moment for Behrman. Yeah, that rear-facing camera. Let's get that up for Hamilton if we can.
Palmer making requests to the gallery. A joy of F1 testing. Wonder if we could see that. Sam trying to find it in the screen in the commentary box to track back through. He's currently cycling through all of the footage. So Albon continues on. Williams making up for lost time after missing the first 3 days of running that they could have had. Only Cadillac and Aston Martin with fewer laps completed at the... Cadillac had slightly more. So Williams only more laps than Aston Martin due to that 3 days of missing the shakedown. But the most laps of all in pre-season testing, official test 1 last week in Bahrain.
Cadillac still haven't hit the track today.
No.
So no time for Behrman in 10th, but he has at least done 10 laps of out and back in. Bottas, we saw with Ant, was talking to Graham Loudon at the front of the garage. The car with aero rakes ready to go, but they must have... I was thinking, how do you not get out for a single lap? Even you'd think if you find an issue, it's going to be on track, but they must have done a fire up first thing this morning and found some level of gremlin that needs fixing. And this is on the back of yesterday not having an easy day. This is more bad news for Cadillac. Bottas needing to get some laps, and they've got really experienced drivers as well, but if they're not out there, then they can't give you a lot.
Okay, I believe we can now go down to Ruth in the pit lane, who's at Racing Balls.
Yep, so good news. We've got Liam is back in the garage. He reported that he's had a bit of a problem with his hand with that moment out on track. But we've seen his physio there, Declan, checked him over along with the wonderful medical teams that we have down here in Ferrari. And inferring, because obviously we haven't had a chance to talk to them because they're far too busy doing their actual jobs, but it does look like he is ready to go along with this car. So what we've got here, classic F1 maneuver here. It is a wall of humans. Why is that? Because by regulation, they are not allowed to bring that garage door down to hide anything from us unless they have the floor off, aka big problems. There's not a big problem. What they're doing here is basically checking that everything is okay on the car. We've just had a fire up, but it does look like they're trying to work on something on the front left today. We've had a lot of front rights, not so many front lefts on the car itself before it heads out. Liam is now interacting with his engineers before he gets out to understand what caused that moment and what they might need to adjust before they head off. Actually, right, this is quite a cool thing. So that is not the duct that they're going to go out and see. This is a front pit stop wheel cover, which are slightly heavier and slightly more robust, which we use in pit stop practice in Formula One, which means that car's probably not heading out anytime soon. I've said that. Now I'm sure it will go out just to annoy me, like the McLaren boys that decided they weren't going to flow viz the wing for 3 minutes after I said they were just about to yesterday. Commentators curse, engineers curse, and all that good stuff. Jake Stee.
Don't mention commentators' curses this early in the season. We're still in pre-season. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you for the update down there. The wall of mechanics. Always a warm welcome for our reporter down there in the pit lane. We've been joined in the commentary box by Betty Glover. Betty, how are you?
Hello, Alex Jakes. I'm very well, thank you. It's a longer walk up to the commentary box from the paddock than I anticipated. I've had to get my steps in to get up here.
Yeah, they don't give us a special pit side. This is the real thing. Back row of the grandstand. It's a bit of a trek. It's a pretty good view, though. It's a pretty good view.
It's an excellent view. You can see pretty much everything. It's all going on up here. Are you enjoying day 2 of test 2, Alex?
Always enjoying testing because you get bizarre happenings like we've seen with the Ferrari rear wing. You get mad references like Enrique Benoldi, who in 2001, poor old DC didn't get off the line. Pole position in Monaco, didn't get off the line.
I don't know, it's probably a good thing for Enrique Benoldi that you can't mention his name without mentioning DC. They are intertwined from one fateful race, aren't they?
DC did fairly well to get through as much of the field as he did around Monaco, to be fair, because he got a long way before. He was actually overtaking, but it's tough. You're taking pole position in Monaco. He's had a problem with the car. He's not got off the line on the formation lap, sent to the back of the grid, and then Enrique Benoldi raced him like it was the last lap of the World Championship for about 30 laps. And that's his reference. He's been a driver steward in years that have followed as well. And just to follow up on that, so I love the random references that you get in testing.
Yeah.
The guesswork is glorious.
Oh, there's so much guesswork, isn't there?
Shout out to Ted Kravitz, who did an order. He did a predicted order of the Formula One teams after the shakedown.
Yeah.
Where that was a closed test. And he had not been on site, so I enjoyed that. He did a prediction again. Good sport from Ted to do that. We'll try and come up with that. So I love the predictions. I love the randomness, the crazy references, the innovations that you see. And then the fact that we always have to caveat it with, it's testing. So don't worry about the times. Where's Lando going? You go to the pits, Lando? No, he's going to go again.
He just had a massive lockup again on this lap. So a scruffy one on a C2.
Why are we seeing a lot of lockups, Julian?
I think there's a few reasons. Firstly, there are corners on this circuit where it's very easy to lock up anyway. This is one of them. 9 into 10, you're braking and turning. It is, in any series, an easy corner to lock up on. Turn 1 as well, high speed, a little bit bumpy on approach, easy to lock up there. You've also got less downforce this year, so drivers, they are used for years to having loads of downforce, so that'll help you on peak braking, and it'll help you in high-speed corners predominantly, and that's the biggest takeaway from this year, that where the performance has gone is in that braking and high-speed corners. The other thing that's bigger than all of that is energy deployment. So it's approach speed into the corners, and sometimes they're just approaching a little bit more quicker than they're expecting, and combined with everything else, it means that we're seeing loads of lockups.
Down in the pit lane, and we're having a look down at Red Bull. Max Verstappen in the car today.
So Paul Monaghan there,
Yeah, with the camera.
With the camera, and then
That's not just a normal camera, guys.
Talk us through it, Sam.
That was a thermal imaging camera. You can tell from that very reflective silver lens. I was mucking about with one of those back in the A1 Grand Prix days. I don't even know what year it was. And
Of course
I think
he was.
Ruth Buscombe first came to prominence after trying to spy on some of her rivals' cars when she was working at Ferrari using one of those. So I wonder if Red Bull's just looking at... It didn't look like he was looking at the tyres, so I'm a bit curious as to why he was using a thermal imaging camera to look at what looked like the rear corner of the floor there. So maybe Red Bull up to something, or looking at the brake duct inlet. But yeah, Paul Monahan got the thermal imager out and wanted to have a close look at something, and that's quite unusual to see him almost come off his stand in the garage to come and actually look at something on the car. So yeah, clearly Red Bull looking at something. So I guess we'll have to get one of those thermal imagers down in the pit lane now. Like Ruth's about,
But
she knows how to use one.
also Sam showing a couple of mechanics immediately. That's not something that you'd often see. Normally you collect all this and you go to the back office and you go through it.
Yeah, that's unusual. So exactly that. So clearly there's something, conversation that we're not party to, that they've had a chat about something and he's gone, look, that's what it is, but you need to think about that. So I'm not sure what it is, but I think we might hear some more about that in a moment.
Ruth, there's some fairly spicy accusations flying around on the broadcast. What did you make of what the chief engineer at Red Bull was doing there?
First off, you're allowed to take as many thermal pictures as you want. I was personally traumatized by some rather nasty accusations that were levied at me doing something that's completely legal, which is you're allowed to take as many thermal photos of you want of both your own car and your competitor's car. I was at Ferrari at the time taking some nice thermal photographs, because you're not allowed to take video, but photographs you're allowed to take to see the temperatures. Actually, world exclusive, we just did it to annoy them, because it was in Abu Dhabi where the only thing we could actually take a picture of was the temperature of the glass. And so actually we just stopped them running for about 30 minutes. Sorry, Merck. But yeah, it was 2014, so I'm sure we're over it. They asked us, we'd quite like it if you stopped taking photos. And I said they're a lovely Ridge-Up man at the time. I said, we'd quite like it if you stopped winning all the races. We don't always get what we want. But anyway, what I think Red Bull were looking at there is the temperature, because obviously we've got slightly different regulations here now, haven't we, in terms of the kind of the cooling going around the flow. And then obviously everybody likes flow viz photos, especially of your competitors, which is why they're always so good and so secretive about taking photos, because you can actually really get to see the flow patterns. I know you guys are experts, but if you're new to the lovely world of flow viz, it is paint that dries on track that allows you to see if we get any separation in areas where we don't want separation to be. So we simulate everything either in CFD or in a wind tunnel where everything is perfect and lovely, and we get flow that is behaving really nicely. We go out to a real racetrack, and one of the many things that our talented aero engineers are looking at in terms of correlation is whether or not the flow stays attached, i.e. it's creating the downforce in the areas we want to do, or if we get like turbulent flow, which is pretty much whether the paint dries all nice and in lines or if it looks a bit messy. So what happens is your aero engineer, your track aero, will come out, take a load of photos, send them back to the factory for a bit of correlation, and then you'll ask your mechanics to clean it off as quickly as possible, because it is a really horrible, oily, sticky paint. And actually, if you get it over you or get it on your clothing, it won't come out and you'll have to get a new team kit. That's another probably less dramatic reveal down here in the midst of winter testing.
Thank you, Ruth. Appreciate the update. Sam laughing away, having laid that hospital pass up for Ruth Buscombe there. Dealt with rather nicely down in the pit lane. And the thermal imaging camera with Paul Monahan, who is still known by half the paddock as Pedals, because that was his original job when he started. He's the chief engineer for Red Bull, has been for years, hugely influential member of their success. Always likes a friendly word or two with the RF camera ops down there in the pit lane, and at work with his own camera this time.
And he's often seen before the races or various times before qualifying, marching up and down the pit lane to see what anyone else is doing as well. As Ruth was talking about, keeping an eye on your opposition. It's one thing getting the data on your car, but if you can have a look and see what anyone else is doing, that can be equally as beneficial. And back to Ferrari, I'm sure that they were hoping if they were going to sneak that in, I just think we'll just do it on the one lap, first run of the day. Let's just try this and see if anyone spots it. And unfortunately for them, that's been played out to the world. So everyone will now know what they were up to.
Let's go trackside and check in with Bernie Collins once again.
Hello, yes, down here at turn 12, one of the high-speed sections of the track. Cars doing around 260 kph through this corner, and this is one through all of the data that we've seen yesterday. Big differences in how they're using their energy through this corner. You see the Alpine not pushing too hard through that. Aston coming much quicker, so you can see a little blink of the lights towards the end of the corner, but very much pushing through this corner, getting that 200, 260 kph, like I say. And this is a lovely one to see the balance in the car, how the car can cling to that apex corner the entire way around through that high speed. And we've not seen too many incidents here. It's not as windy as it normally is in this section of Bahrain, for example. This weekend it's very, very low wind, although much hotter than we would have over a race weekend. Not a lot of action happening on track now. I do hear a car coming towards me, Alex Albon I'm hearing, so hopefully he's on a push lap and we can see him through this corner. I see two cars. Albon maybe not pushing, just like pushing, and then the Haas coming very, very slowly behind. But this corner is a really nice one to see the high-speed section, see how those cars are handling through the corner. No incidents here so far, so I'll hand it back up to you in commentary.
Thank you, Bernie, watching on for us at turn 12. The back of the circuit. And don't often see trackside at turn 12. A slightly different corner for a different viewpoint there.
I've never been there. I've done turn 12. I've always had to go to sort of the inside of it, and then you're at the apex of 13 as well, which is not a bad spot and a tricky corner. But a couple of people are finding new spots around Bahrain this year. Nice look of the outside of it there with Bernie. Albon on a C4, so he's running through the tyres, isn't he? Running through his quali sims. Russell's just gone up to third on a C3.
Jolyon, where would you say Williams are at the moment? What are your sort of first impressions?
I am not entirely confident at the moment on their behalf. Mainly because they're not entirely confident, to be honest. I think the big thing for Williams, remember they started late. They didn't turn up to Barcelona. When you start late on a new set of regs, you're in trouble because you have to get exploring. You have to get figuring out what is going to be issues that everyone's dealing with. What is going to be the areas to find time? What are going to be the areas to troubleshoot? And they're just on the back foot with things. Added to that, they're overweight with the car, and there are going to be various battlegrounds we haven't even spoken about. We've spent so much time talking about driving details, power units, but sustainable fuels is going to be one, and there's going to be a level of performance in that really we're not going to see, but it's going to affect the power output. The weight is going to be a massive one, and at the start of 2022 it was exactly the same. New regs, everyone's struggling to find that weight limit. Red Bull were around 10 kilos overweight for the first part of the season, still fighting for wins. As soon as they took that weight out, they were the quickest team, and then we saw them excel in that set of regulations. And being overweight at the start of the year is going to really hurt this team, I think, because the numbers that I'm hearing are pretty drastic.
Something I've struggled with after Christmas myself.
Everyone is in the same boat. The start of the year,
issue.
And then by the time you get to summer, you start working it off.
Yeah, get those steps in. It is a worry for Williams, though, isn't it? Because James Vowles, a lot of last season, was saying how 2026 was his priority. Even in 2024, he was talking about 2026. So it's really disappointing, isn't it? If they are starting the season on the back foot.
So with everyone that could excel, there's going to be disappointments, aren't there? Because everyone has been pinning their hopes. You say James Vowles has for 2 years, but so have Aston Martin, all the infrastructure that's gone in there, the Honda partnership. There's so much that's gone into it. And we get a nice graphic of the last set of regulation changes, which was 2022, which we held on to from last year. It's a nice shot. A good visual display of how the cars have shrunk. You know what, you see it very quickly. That was the first thing trackside you notice, how the cars just look different. I think the wheelbase to me is the biggest one. It's significantly shorter wheelbase. You can see when the two cars are lined up on the front axle. Look at where the rear axle comes to there on the 2026 car. They're narrower, the wheels are narrower as well, the tyres are narrower. So that's a big difference for the drivers to get their head around as well. And then with that, with the size difference, we get the weight difference. So 32 kilos, the reduction. They're now measured without the tyres on that they have, but effectively it's 32 kilo reduction in weight. But if you're nowhere near that for the smaller car, no MGUH, you're just going to be giving away performance, as Behrman shows us another great display of a lockup at turn 10.
The George Russell route back to the track, pioneered yesterday.
I think we also glossed over Colapinto having a massive oversteer snap on the braking of more in turn 9, sweeping in there as well. So loads of issues. It's difficult to know when you get an instant snapshot there what's the cause of that lockup. Is it just driver pushing hard on a difficult braking zone? Is it a random entry speed difference? You get another replay and he's fighting the car quite early on there as well. But this was always a corner where you'd have loads of lockups. Turn 1, even pre-season testing, I remember last year watching and thinking, wow, the cars, they're bottoming out. The ride is something that's been reported from the drivers as being much better this year with the end of the ground effect rules. Porpoising is going to be a word of the past and probably the future in 30 years when we get it ground effect back again. But we will put that back into the archive for now. We had that out for a few years, but that's not the case now. Everyone's reporting the ride is better, so that's not the cause of lockups, which was in previous years.
Yeah, porpoising disappearing, and all of the drivers say thank goodness for that, because they were not enjoying running those cars tight to the ground in that way.
F1's a little bit like fashion though, isn't it? It comes around every 30 years and then someone will say, let's bring back refueling, and you're like, well, was it good? I don't think it was. At some point it'll probably come back.
What a niche reference.
Jolene Palmer talking about fashion was not on my bingo card.
No, nor mine.
I've probably shown my absolute lack of knowledge in it. Maybe there's a specific way that it goes through the cycles, but yeah, the reg's changing. This is a brand new era, to be fair. This is nothing that's come around. This is like, what's a fashion trend that we've never seen before?
Oh,
Go on, guys. I'll put you on the spot.
I don't think I'm the best person to talk about fashion.
I'm absolutely not the best person.
Well, like, so bringing back, it's like the low-cut jeans or skinny jeans.
No, keep going. Don't give him anything. No. Let's see if he can dig him. No. Let's see if he can dig himself out of this hole. Go on, you've dug it. Let's see how far you can get out.
I've seen something that says skinny jeans are not in anymore. Is that true?
No, that is true. Alex Jakes is wearing skinny jeans.
Yeah,
you're a fan of the skinny jeans.
The fashion barometer of this team, you know his name. Lawrence Barretto, yeah. He's got the baggy jeans out. That's the way the wind is blowing.
He comes with 2 suitcases, 1 full of trainers.
He does. Unbelievable shoe collection, that man.
Indeed.
The fashionista.
So baggy jeans is your turbo-powered F1 car, isn't it? We had them in the 80s. Everyone loved them. Then we went away. We went away from the turbo. We went normally aspirated. We went skinny jeans, sure. But at some point, you just clamour for those baggy jeans again, and we're back to turbos, but with a nice addition of a hybrid power unit. There we go. It's fashion and Formula One intertwined.
You just long to see those flared jeans again. That is it.
Well, I've got to go and buy new jeans now that you've highlighted that I've got the ancient skinny jeans on. Well played, Palmer. You did well to get yourself out.
We're all going to turn up in Melbourne with
yeah. I'm going to look like a tent. If we have a windy first Grand Prix of the year, I am in trouble. Okay, all right.
Get us back on track, Alex.
Yeah, let's do a lap count. It's usually when DC said something slightly curveball from DC. When he does a song lyric, I usually do a lap count. There we go. Norris has done 22. Verstappen's done 22. George Russell has done 28. Albon's done 25. He's in your picture right now. Oliver Behrman, 15 for him. 24 for Franco Colapinto. Fernando Alonso, just the 8. Just the 8. And 15 for Fernando Alonso, 8 for Gabriel Bortoleto. Lawson finding himself not putting many on the board. And just a couple of installation laps for Valtteri Bottas. Lewis Hamilton's done 5 laps for Ferrari and shown us a preview of the spinning rear wing element.
So, this is now becoming concerning for Ferrari. From having a high of this morning and seeing the spinning rear wing, they've now kept Lewis in the garage a long time, and I can see over the screens, and I can't see a huge amount of frantic work going on as well. So I'm not quite sure what is going on at Ferrari. But I mean, replacing a rear wing or whatever tweak to a rear wing, they would be able to do that by now. So I'm wondering if there's something a little bit more serious going on.
Sam Collins is waving at me.
Yeah, I've got two things to say to Jolyon. Firstly, don't tell them you can see, because then they'll cover it up. So keep that one secret in future. Secondly, there is a rumour on social media, and it's something I did hear yesterday as well, that Ferrari are making a power unit change to the back of that car. It seems a strange time to do it, though. You'd probably have done that overnight because there's no curfew restrictions in testing. So I'd be surprised if they actually were doing that. But Ferrari had planned to introduce a new power unit in this test. But my information was that was introduced yesterday, so not quite sure about that.
Why on earth would you do that after one flying lap of the morning? And Hamilton already had a reduced time in the car yesterday afternoon, so he's in for the full day, and this is it for Lewis. So this is going to be hurting him, because the drivers, as much as anyone, need to figure out how to best get on top of these cars. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, can't see frantic work, but you know what? I can't see clearly the back of the car, so
No,
the screens are doing their job.
If we could see in, I'd say that there's very little activity going on in the Ferrari garage, but of course the screens are doing their job perfectly, and I can't. So Verstappen continuing on, personal best sector 1.
Also, there's a day shift and a night shift in testing.
We passed the exit of the night shift on the way into the circuit, don't we?
They never looked as knackered as I expect the night shift. They all look quite chipper at the end of their shift.
They look fresh. They do look
Of course, they're sleeping in the day, so it is only the equivalent of a day shift for them on different hours. But nonetheless, I'd have thought you sort of pass them as we turn up to the circuit about 8 o'clock in the morning as they're heading out. And you think that's been just preparing a Formula One car and working on things overnight. They turn up at the end of the day as well. Have a little crossover with the mechanics of the day, make sure that everything's okay, and then look after the car. One car, of course, as everyone I'm sure tuning in on day 2 will know. So both crews working on one car, which is why you've got a day and a night. Verstappen through on another fast lap, no improvement there, and that was again on a C3, a brand new C3.
There is the sight. See, screen's doing a perfect job.
Can't see at all.
Only guesswork, but pretty informed guesswork from the commentary box, I'll tell you that. Not a lot of activity for Lewis Hamilton down at the Ferrari garage. Here's Franco Colapinto in your picture, 6th fastest at the moment, set on the C3 tyre, 2.3 seconds off the pace, and with a lap count of 25 to his name.
I'm intrigued to know what's going on with Valtteri Bottas. It'd be nice to see him out on track, wouldn't it? It'd be nice for Cadillac to get out there.
Starting to get a little worried, must say, about Cadillac. New team. Everyone talking about the professionalism, and it is true. You look at that team, and they are not full of newbies. They are full of experienced people in Formula One. The drivers, we know, but the mechanics, the engineering staff, the design team, they are all very capable of designing a good Formula One car. And I think we've seen that so far with the way they've hit the track and done a good job. But now it doesn't look like they're spending a second day here troubleshooting issues. And we're nearly 2 hours in, and they have hit the track for a couple of install laps, but they're losing precious running compared to everyone else. 31 laps. If I'd really tuned into your lap count, I probably would have heard that, Jakesy, already. But I was too busy thinking about baggy jeans at the time. But Russell, this man is the guy that's done the most so far.
Yeah, 59 laps for Cadillac yesterday, and that has had a couple of install laps added and no more. Ruth, do you have an update for us on Cadillac?
Well, yes, I do. We are down here in the Cadillac garage, and it is big rake season down here. We have not just an Aero rake on Valtteri Bottas's car, but probably the largest Aero rake I think I've ever witnessed. Now, first off, what is an Aero Rake? It is basically essentially a frame that's kind of covered in pressure probes that sits in the airflow. And each of those tiny little tubes, of which I think we've got nearly 100 of them, is basically measuring local air pressure. And from that, your aero engineers are going to reconstruct flow direction, speed and structure. So it's basically turning the car into a rolling wind tunnel. So you're not talking about going fast there. It's when it's this large and it's dense, they're basically mapping the entire volume of air, not just a single spike. So you can see it's kind of spanning the entire width and height of the front end. So they're studying everything from the tyre wake, front rain, outwash, and how that flow is actually being fled. What the important bit is that is going to take hours to have tested. Basically, every single one of those pressure probes got been individually tested. When the car does go out, expect it to go out rather slowly. So you want to be doing constant speed runs. You can see lots of mechanics working on there. Nathan Divey, their chief mechanic there as well. It's all about collecting data, and it's all about sensors, making sure they've got a lot of information. It doesn't look too far away. It's not up on high stands, but you can see here it's come back off again because they've spotted something they're not 100% correct on. These rakes are expensive. They're custom designed, they're machined, and obviously you don't run them at full speed, so I'd expect a little bit more time in the garage. Valtteri's not made an appearance yet. He's probably still having one of his wonderful coffees. He does make a phenomenal coffee, that boy. But yeah, no panic. It's just the kind of work that they're doing to correlate things, which they're obviously doing for the first time, whereas others are doing it for one in many times.
Didn't Valtteri gift you a coffee machine? Or coffee, or something? Am I just throwing you under the bus with that one?
And gin. Coffee and gin. And scored 45% of the points for 5 championships. If I wasn't his agent, I would easily take him on as a great sell. So hire Valtteri Bottas. Oh, Cadillac did. That was good.
Unbiased testing commentary featuring the line hire Valtteri Bottas.
Coffee and gin, though. What a combination for a present.
It's pretty good. I'd be happy with that.
I'd be happy with that. I bet Ruth was buzzing.
Well, he's an honorary Aussie now as well, isn't he? And I'm looking forward to going to Melbourne for some coffee as a Formula One paddock. I think everyone's loving coffee now, aren't they? But F1, you look around and it's all about who can do the coffees at the paddock.
Well, when you've got testing that goes on for 8 hours, Julian, you need the coffee, don't you?
Sure do. Valtteri's your guy, and he can serve it right now because he's not out on circuit.
Yeah, hopefully he gets more track time. Cadillac just looking to get up and running in Formula One. Ferrari power for them, spread across 3 different locations. Fernando Alonso spread across the runoff, heading to turn number 10. He darts back to the track. Alonso finding himself on 17 laps now for the day. Fernando
Alonso's out all day today, isn't he? Do you think that's going to be a sort of benefit for Aston Martin? Do you think, you know, he just get out there and get that mileage in?
They need to. He's done 17 laps so far. They're both drivers. They look a little bit despondent. The whole team is oozing despondency right at the moment. They're playing down expectations, which were really high because of the marquee signing of Adrian Newey. But they are very keen that everyone knows that this is now a long game. And what was Lawrence saying? It was now a 2031 10-year plan, and that is the long game that they're now looking at, which is huge. They have loads of the key cogs. They're assembling the Galacticos at Aston Martin, but they're just not gelling right now, and they're behind the curve. And so yeah, they need Fernando. He's obviously the lead driver, still got it, so much experience, so much hunger still from him as well to get on top of things. Let's have a look at this moment down at turn 10. Honestly, nothing funky going on. He's approaching with a modest speed, braking with plenty of steering angle. That's always going to induce your left front lockup. Russell proving that even the title favourites can do it at the moment, although Mercedes will be keen to play that down. Russell having a quiet day actually so far. He's run the C3 and is 6/10 away from Lando Norris, who set his time earlier on. Verstappen close, but Russell is, as I said, the driver that's picked up the most miles. He's had a few lockups down there, but so many drivers have at 9 and 10.
Russell in the car this morning, Kimi Antonelli in the car this evening, and at the end of the day we'll get another practice start for everyone to enjoy. That's the update from the FIA this morning. Obviously the reference yesterday from the FIA, they're going to have an e-vote on the compression ratios, and the outcome of that could result in a rule change for August, and reported that there were no immediate changes to the technical regulations as a result of a F1 Commission meeting. That was the update from the FIA across the last 24 hours. As we come into the final 14 minutes of Austin. Pretty busy out there. Valtteri Bottas unfortunately only getting the 2 installation laps. Lewis Hamilton only getting 5 laps and not any performance running at all. 8 laps for Lawson and 8 laps for Gabriel Bortoleto. Everyone else 18 or more. George Russell has done 35 laps, most of anyone so far. Ollie Behrman behind the wheel. Esteban Ocon is in the car later on, and we're hoping to talk to Ollie Behrman on the broadcast as well. So hoping to bring that to you later on. All things going to plan. And Betty, this is your first time at F1 testing, so
It is.
I always like to get a new approach. We've been doing testing broadcasts for years. What have you made of the difference between a testing run of days and a full-blown Grand Prix weekend, or say the same thing at Silverstone when you've done interviews in the past?
It is so different, isn't it? Because it is so quiet. You walk around the paddock and there's sort of barely anybody there, really. You've got, obviously, the drivers walking in, but I was sat having a pad cough, as Jolien likes to call it, this morning. And I just saw Oscar, like, you know, the session had already started. I saw Oscar Piastri just sort of ambling in with all of his people. Just like, you know, it's all very chilled, isn't it, Joe? Why are you laughing so much?
I just love the fact we've taken Paddock on air. Yeah,
I've got to throw him
Jolien
under
Palmer
the
is that guy, don't worry about it.
He is that guy. His skinny chinos and his pad cough. It's just what he's about, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely paddock here in Bahrain. It is very odd to see the place as empty, though. It's a good point. We do actually have fans in the grandstand today, though. Unlike day one, we do have fans in the grandstand.
Oh, and there was a fan, Alex, wearing an incredible hat.
There was indeed, and I'm trying to see if we can spot them from outside the commentary box window. If you've got the good hat on and you can hear this, maybe give us a wave.
You guys, you've got to
we're opposite Ferrari.
Yeah. Okay, so it was
obviously
like...
everyone reckons they got a good hat on. If you
no, this was extra. It was sort of like a witch's hat that you'd wear for Halloween, but was it like a McLaren emblem on it? I don't know.
I thought it was a Checo crash helmet.
Oh, maybe.
I might have been. It was a while ago.
All right, lap count. Move it on. That's sounding embarrassing.
You used to only see it in Japan. Now you see it all over the world. And so just if you are attending a Grand Prix this year and you would like to get the attention of the director, a funky hat, very good way to do it. So homemade effort, could get yourself, definitely in practice. If you're attending on a Friday, bring a funky hat, you might make it to the broadcast.
I'll try and find it and we can give you a better description.
So, do you know what?
Not you two.
Do you know what's... You know what is tough for when we get to Suzuka? All of those guys that made those exquisite DRS hats. Yeah. No.
Active Aero hats.
We need a front wing on that as well.
Ooh.
Then we'll call it Active Aero.
They will do that, though. They will find a way.
You can't. They are obsolete, the DRS hats, unless you can make it Active Aero. And thankfully, many teams have kept the slot gap rather than just go for the Alpine top flap. But someone's got to make the Ferrari rear wing. Is not spec anymore.
Let's check in on Lando Norris. He's heading to the final 2 corners of the racetrack, basically blur into one.
I was going to say the front end looks good until he was carrying too much, but the front end looks so positive on the cars. That was too much. We saw the run that he did, actually his best lap, where he was on the edge of oversteer. So that's where the McLaren's been all day. They had a front wing change to try and find some balance. He's on a new set of C2s, so harder tyres, but still trying to press on with it, learning about the different compounds out there. Of course, different compounds for the year, different tyres. So whilst that has been probably the least significant aspect of testing with all the new things, that is still something that everyone's got to learn as well. So pressing on with that tyre, which will be a race tyre when we get here.
I believe I've got to ask you about Rake at some point, and you're going to talk us through some analysis.
So let's talk. We've got the McLaren here, but let's start with the Aston Martin Rake.
Superb.
This is something that's come in, and look at that. What an example of the front of the floor. So behind the front axle, you've got the floor really low to the ground. As the car goes back, it looks like the rear of the car is sitting much higher, and that is the angle of the floor, which is what we call the rake. So we spoke for a while about Adrian Newey and the Red Bull philosophy of high rake. That is carried straight in to Aston Martin. But if we flick through them, you've got the Aston Martin here with that's the highest rake car that we've got. The McLaren, you can still see that, the rake in there, quite a high angle, following towards the Newey Aston Martin design. And we've really not seen the Aston Martin in fully fledged mode at the moment. But as you can see, there are different philosophies going on. So the Red Bull, which traditionally was a very high rake car, is much flatter than the Aston Martin, which has that high rake philosophy. And then finally, on the lower end of the spectrum, you've got Red Bull and then Ferrari. And you see the difference between the front and the rear there of the floor. The rake angle is probably the least significant there on the Ferrari. A car that's going really well, as is the Red Bull, but so is the McLaren, and they've all got different design ideas here. But that's a really nice illustration of the Aston Martin once again there, with that really high rake angle. Everyone was looking to see when the Aston Martin would break cover to see what Adrian Newey has come up with. It turns out no one's expecting them to be competitive at the moment, but that is not necessarily because this is the wrong way to go. It's a way to go, but there is so much more going on with the Aston Martin and that Honda power unit that they need to get on top of first before we see which direction of travel teams will end up with on the rake. But a lovely illustration there of still a crucial design area. That floor getting wing angle, but also getting, of course, the rush of air underneath it, and getting that diffuser working, which is another key area of detail that we've seen so many teams, not least Ferrari, once again working on.
What's the benefit of having a higher rake or a lower rake?
It's to do with getting your airflow underneath the car, but also to try and get your if you go for a higher rake, you're going to change how much air can come underneath the floor of the car and how well the diffuser is going to work. You have to set the car up for that. You also get a slight benefit of having a little bit more sort of leading edge wing angle on that as well, so you can create a little bit more downforce with that. But then there's so many setup parameters that are linked to it, so it's not necessarily like one is the best way to go or the other. It's your whole, all the bodywork flicks and fins and diffuser angles are going to be working in conjunction with the rake setup that you've got. Sam Collins?
Yeah, I think it's exactly as you explained there, Jolyon. But one of the things I think a lot of teams are still looking at, as we see the Williams, nice illustration there of the Williams rake angle, and it's the difference between the front of the floor and the back of the floor. So you want a high rake, you jack up the rear of the floor; low rake, you lower the rear of the floor. And that's quite a high rake car there on the Williams. But I did notice last week in testing that the Audi in particular was working through a whole load of different rear ride height angles. So they were running different rake angles. They ran a very high rake angle and almost none at all on the same day. And that could be part of the normal F1 team testing procedure, just to go through a whole sweep of different rear ride heights, just to see where the sweet spot of these very new cars are. And of course, Audi had just introduced that massive new package last week, so they just needed to understand it. And it looks like Williams are going quite high at the moment on track as well.
Yeah, they do look more akin to the Aston Martin, doesn't it? We saw that straight away with the Williams. Traditionally, for the same car, I find you raise the rear ride height, you create more instability as well. So if you can, we're going to find with Alpine, they're going slow with a D rate. Oh my word! Dropping the car at the apex.
How does that work? So glacial into 8 and then all over the road.
Yeah, I was then wondering if he's on an outlap or something, trying to save battery but still carry speed into the corners. But yeah, a big old snap. Yeah, the ride height's going to be something that's going to be interesting to look at. For the last few years, it's all been about, you speak to any of the teams, they're all hunting the same thing. Get the car plonked on the ground, make sure you're not going to wear the skids too much and be illegal, and that is basically your setup. The lower you get it, for every mil you drop down, front and rear together, you find 1/10 of a second, by and large. Whereas now, it's different, and it's you've got to make sure the front of the floor is not going to be scraping the ground. I don't know if we're going to see that with Fernando here in a nice slow-mo through turn 12. Because that's going to be the leading edge that's going to catch it when we do see a little bit of spark, because then you have got the rear coming up. And that's going to be a setup tool as well for all teams to use. So you can see design philosophies there, and again, we don't know which way is going to be the better. It may be somewhere in the middle, or maybe loads of different ways can work in conjunction with the other aero parts. But the teams can also tweak within a range of what they want to do to find balance and to find downforce.
Alex Albon's just been pushed back into the pit lane. There is a wall of mechanics down at Racing Bulls. There's a couple of snappers down there. There's no TV crew. Plenty of TV crews down in the pit lane for testing, but they are feeling the need to block the view of even the photographers down there at this stage. So just giving you the overall goings-on as we approach the end of the second hour. Plenty of lockups at turn 10. We've seen that. Couple of wide moments at turn 1 as well. You would expect that. You would not expect a rotating Ferrari rear wing. But Sam Collins, eagle-eyed, and spotted that and brought us to it. We've also seen a comparison from 2022 to this year. A shorter wheelbase of the cars, slightly thinner cars as well, slightly thinner tyres, a reduction of the downforce. You've got the overtake mode replacing DRS. You've got active aero with 4 zones around the racetrack as well. In terms of on-track action, plenty using the runoff there at turn 10. Lockups as well. George Russell had a couple early on. Lando Norris with the best time of the test so far, set on the C4 tyre. 1/1000th of a second quicker than we saw from George Russell yesterday under the floodlights. And under the floodlights later on, Crofty will be getting his first lights out, and away we go of the 2026 season underway when we have that. He's not in the comm box at the moment, so I don't have to pay him royalties. I can say it as much as I like. And it's Norris, Verstappen, Russell, Albon, and then this man, Ollie Behrman, who do you reckon Behrman would have liked another year with the current regulation set? Because he got up to speed really nicely in the second half of his rookie season.
I reckon so. He was so on top of Esteban Ocon, to the point that actually Io Komatsu here gave Ocon a bit of a public hurry up, didn't he, over the winter?
I enjoyed that. Pretty unusual. There you go. There you go.
Oh, there it is.
No, the witch's hat was quite good. Checkered flag witch's hat, and I think that is an old Checo helmet.
Yes, I thought I saw orange on it for some reason.
I'd basically call that an immaculate description from this side of the box.
Yeah.
Julian's not impressed.
Well,
he's nodding. He's nodding, but the facial expression tells a different story.
My fashion chat of this 2-hour stint is almost over, but it's an interesting look, isn't it? Full credit for the effort. Full credit for the effort.
Hogwarts sorting hat, say the gallery.
Yeah.
If you're going to say it in my ear, it might go on the broadcast. So it's a good shout, though. I reckon that's come from our director, funnily enough. I don't think that's come from our producer. I reckon that's come from our director. Ollie Behrman.
It's a bold look. Witches has never been something to wear in public, is it? I think that remains, but full credit for the effort.
Yeah.
You sure? I think it might suit you, Jolien. You could rock it tomorrow.
It's not going to happen, no matter how much on-air pressure I get.
We'll find out later on when we've got another 2 hours behind the microphone. And Valtteri Bottas has not added to his installation laps, just the 2 for him. Continues to be very little activity down at Ferrari. Lewis Hamilton with just the 5 laps in the day so far. 8 for Liam Lawson, 8 for Gabriel Bortoleto. Everyone else getting some decent running in.
Yeah. Behrman coming in, having not run yet a C3 tyre in this. Coming straight through, he's coming on at speed. So he's going to go straight through and back out the other side. Practice start time for Ollie Behrman.
Sam Collins, what have you got for us?
Well, just watching Ollie Behrman coming into the pit lane there, he wasn't just practicing coming in, he was also practicing what he's going to do in pit stops. And did you notice he's had his active aero deployed all the way down to the speed limiter line, and that's quite aggressive. But it's probably what you're going to need to do to find those extra tenths of a second as you're locked in close battle during a Grand Prix, so that how you deploy that active aero out on track isn't just about, you know, let's go into straight mode, but using straight mode all the way up to the very final moment and then transitioning into pit lane mode. And that's the first driver I've seen do that, but I think you're going to see a lot more drivers do it, and I suspect some drivers may get it a little bit wrong, and that could lead to penalties in Grand Prix.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate that. We're looking at Kimi Antonelli, waiting for his turn behind the wheel of a very hotly tipped contender for the title this year. So many people talking up Mercedes, despite what we've seen. A couple of operational issues, certainly with the suspension in the first test, but very good running for them in the second so far.
The car looks good, doesn't it? But still, I feel like there's a mythical air about the paddock at the moment. The default is Mercedes are going to be ahead. I haven't seen anything obviously like they're up the road at this stage. They're either keeping their powder dry, or it is at the very least close. The car looks good. It looks hooked up. We've seen George struggle a few times with the braking. This has been an issue for everyone. The balance looks nice, but the Ferrari looks good. The McLaren, they've looked to have found a good chunk of front end so far with Norris this morning. Looks good. Verstappen's down to a pace, and Mercedes are certainly in the conversation. Maybe are still favourites, but they don't look like we've seen Mercedes in eras gone by where you think, wow, they are going to be the team to beat. When you see them on track, they look good, but they don't look infallible at this stage.
All right, we're going to have a commentary change in the box. My thanks to Jolyon and to Betty. We're going to be in the company of Crofty and Ant to take you through for the conclusion of this session. But first of all, we're going to check in with Ruth Busker.
Thanks, Jakesy. Thanks for that lovely morning session. So, who else having a lovely morning session? Well, Max Verstappen is. He's been running let's say a little bit of a low-key qualifying sim. He's been out on that C3 tyre. Looks like they were playing around a little bit with the cool laps. One of the runs, they had 2 cool laps, so 2 charge laps between the push lap stint. Another one of the runs, they came into the pits, and he's getting strapped in again to go and have another go. Interestingly, in terms of the top speed traps, in terms of the data that we can see, like the fans at home can see, although they're pushing more in the corners, looks like they're slightly more turned down on the straights than they were last week. Are they too playing the testing game? Other than that, fairly quiet morning. Got a couple of teams like Behrman out on some high fuel running. And really the buzz in the paddock this morning, or should we say the pit lane, because the paddock, obviously, it's always about coffee. In the pit lane, has been about that Ferrari rear wing. And like all good engineers do, we always talk to each other as soon as we see something new and innovative. And the general conclusion is that more than one team, now they could just be saying this, have said that they looked at that solution, but discounted it because what you gain on braking, you lose a bit on the acceleration. Can't really say who said that, but it does look very much like it is something that maybe could have been done, or they're just saying that to throw us off because it's testing. And to quote Fred Vasseur when he was speaking to us yesterday, everything is fake. Who knows? It's one of those things to do with testing where everything you have to take with a grain of salt. Including what we see in terms of simulations, because right now at this time of day the track temperature is rising. In fact, if you look along the pit walls, more than one of the pit walls have got the track temperature increasing, and they're actually following this really closely because it's really interesting in terms of the track evolution here. It actually follows a completely different pattern to the pattern we get at Barcelona, where the best part of the day typically in winter is around that lunch break, when we have good temperatures, because the track is normally colder than the season average. Bahrain, on the opposite side, the track is the slowest, usually around lunchtime, which means that when you're doing qualifying sims like Red Bull are doing, it's actually slower in terms of the track, which is why we typically get the best running towards the end of the day. Wind direction also makes a really big difference here in terms of the lap times and in terms of the feel of the car as well. And all of those things mean that we get a rather blurry picture, both from strategists and from the outside in terms of the ultimate pecking order. How it does look like Max is likely to be headed out rather soon. Tyres as well. We haven't really spoken much about them this season, but they are slightly smaller, slightly thinner, significantly lighter. And that makes a big difference to the drivers. Sprung mass, which is the car in the middle, versus unsprung mass, which is the wheels, nearly 20 kilograms lighter. Teams can design their own wheel hubs this year, along with the tyres themselves being narrower. Speaking to Pirelli, they're fairly happy with the information they've got, although obviously we haven't seen the lap times that we're ultimately expecting when we get to go racing in 15 days' time in Melbourne. And I believe you're going to hear a bit more about what was going on in other parts of the track right now from Crofty back in the box.
Well, thank you very much, Ruth. Hello, everybody. Welcome along. Second part of this morning session here on day 2 of this pre-season test. Not just me in the commentary box, Anthony Davidson is alongside me as well. Good to see you at last. How are you?
Yeah, good. Survived my pit lane expedition.
When was the last time you wandered up and down a pit lane?
A long time ago. Yeah, a long time ago. It was good fun, though. You know, all the teams seemed pretty relaxed during this second test here in Bahrain.
Yeah.
They're just going through the motions, and it was great, actually. You do get a lot of information coming your way. The teams seem quite open to have a bit of a chat and to let you know the right information for the fans out there. So, and that I really picked up on that. A couple of years ago, I think the teams were much more secretive.
Yeah.
They didn't want any of the broadcasters nosing around and picking up any snippet of information for the world to hear. But I think they see the bigger picture now. I really got that feeling. We're all in it together. They understand the demands of the fans, you guys at home, however you're watching this. You know, the fact that you're watching testing a whole day, it says it all, really. So the teams understand that, and I felt that in the pits.
Now, that doesn't mean to say there aren't games being played and sandbags being brought out. I'm a good place for sandbags. We're in the middle of the desert, to be fair. And it doesn't mean the teams aren't trying to hide their strengths and often their weaknesses. But you're right, there is an openness to at least help us, try and help you guys back at home understand this new season. And it is a new season like no other new season. To quote Rob Marshall, the technical director at McLaren, there is not a single component on the car that either hasn't changed or been impacted by the changes that have been made from 2025 to 2026. And I don't think we can stress that enough. And this is the challenge the teams are facing. From the outside, the cars look different. From the inside, they are very, very different. But if we're to put up a Venn diagram, and let's go back, shall we? I mean, people like GP understand Venn diagrams. He's got graphs and he's got data at his fingertips at all times. But to go back to your Venn diagram from your school lessons back in the day, or maybe even today, everything on that Venn diagram, every change, every new component, all comes back to the center circle, which is the battery and the battery deployment. And it's that the teams are trying to get a handle on, not just in this test, but the last test and the shakedown as well. Because if they can go to Australia and understand battery deployment, they are in a good shape.
So everybody's going to understand that kind of, the intricacies, Crofty, of that battery deployment, more so than the guy watching on the screen here, Max Verstappen, who has that amazing capacity, doesn't he, inside the car, to not just drive the thing flat out and smash lap times and be so consistent, but to be able to think about exactly what's going on around him, what's going on with the battery deployment, the regen, that harvesting that we talk about, and also how you use that bucket full of energy per lap in these cars. And I think you really need to be on top of all of that as a driver, inside and outside of the car. So the way that these drivers now have to work with their engineering team, the power unit team as well, who obviously at Red Bull, brand new for this season. And the more people I speak to in the paddock, Crofty, the more disbelief there is as to the job they've done with their power unit. I mean, the thing, it seems to be fairly reliable. I think every team, it's fair to say, have had their troubles, the teething troubles with these new rules, these new power units. But I'm absolutely astounded the job they've done.
And it's phenomenal. And it just shows it just shows how the teams can work so well back at base, at the track as well, and how the modern day simulations have very much helped, and the dyno technology that has very much helped as well. Paul Monaghan, chief engineer in the Red Bull garage. Now, it's difficult to get a handle on whether Red Bull are having a good test or a bad test when you speak to Paul, because Paul will always give you a grumpy answer and then smile. That's just the way he is. But I did see Paul yesterday. I saw Pierre Vacher as well, and I don't think Red Bull have been without their issues and their troubles. One little issue yesterday led to a lot of disruption and a lack of running time for Isaac Hadjar during the afternoon. But they believe, I think, that they've got pace when they've got the reliability. Couple that with Honda, for instance, and Aston Martin, and they're the team very much on the back foot, I would suggest, in terms of running and reliability. Only 19 laps so far today for Fernando Alonso. And I mentioned Aston Martin. We'll try and get a deep dive into what's happening at that team with Pedro de la Rosa, former Grand Prix driver, podium finisher obviously in Formula 1, and team representative, who's going to be joining us in about 20 minutes to have a little chat up here in the box. So we look forward to speaking to him, and we'll talk about a lot of things. You might have been with us for the last 2 hours, or you might just be joining the coverage, but there is one thing that's been on the track today that has created a lot of noise and a lot of interest, and that is the Ferrari collapsible rear wing, which well, it wasn't just us wanting to talk about that. We were lucky to have a chat with Kimi Antonelli, and here we go. Let's have a little look at it. Watch this. It's flipping brilliant. And I say flipping brilliant because it flips 180 degrees. There it goes.
Never seen anything like that.
And if the regulations state that it can do that, you know, and you don't have to have an upper plane and a lower plane, what an ingenious device that could be. Taking what Alpine have done and going a step further, this literally flips 180 degrees, which for a car that might be, and I've seen some overlays and and a simulation on social media comparing the best 4 lap times of the top 4 teams yesterday. The Ferrari seems to be lacking a bit of pace on the straights, which makes you think, is this a little bit draggy, this car? And that will dump a lot more drag than a standard active aero that you see on other cars.
And they might be running that as a kind of solution to the diffuser, this very intricate diffuser that we've seen them running in this test, which they didn't have in week 1 here, which appears to be giving them a lot of slow speed downforce.
Yeah.
There's a few rumours around in the paddock, speaking to a few people around there, saying it seems the car, it's generating some downforce, extra downforce at slow speed. It's exactly when you need to be using your diffuser for that reason. But the problem is, it's still, as efficient as a diffuser is for generating downforce, it doesn't completely come for free. There's still drag created when you put in more load through the floor. And maybe this rear wing solution for now mitigates the losses of the extra drag from this brilliant diffuser, from design at least, we're looking at on the Ferrari. That maybe that's the reason they're hunting for this extra decrease of drag from this 180 rotation of the rear wing.
And I think other teams have looked at it, and I'm told, you know, the rumour is that they've looked at it and thought, well, actually, we are a bit draggy running a solution like that ourselves. So they've decided against it. But it does, what you're saying there, Anne, it does kind of tie in with the overlay that I saw last night, where Lewis Hamilton was a lot stronger on the brakes than the other 3 cars that were being compared to at the time. And if that's that slow corner downforce, you know, under braking, giving that stability, and the driver the confidence on the brakes, you know, you're going to make up a lot of time in that sort of a scenario.
And it did look good out on track yesterday when I was watching all the cars coming through into the slow speed of turn 1 first of all, and then I moved round to turn 10, another slow speed corner on the track, or one of the slowest speed corners on the circuit. And the Ferrari looked good under the brakes, particularly. It was one of the cars that, yes, they had a few lockups here and there. I think it was Lewis driving at the time, but very limited compared to other teams and drivers that were consistently locking up into turn 10. And the car looked good. It was using second gear instead of first gear in that corner. which highlights the drivability of that engine. Maybe the smaller turbos, rumoured that they're running a smaller turbo, allows you to do that because you're not losing so much spooling effect from the turbo when you're lifting off the throttle. It can spool up faster, therefore. And at least in the slow speed, if the whole circuit was like that, if we were in a Monaco kind of scenario, then you'd have to say, well, they would look very strong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trouble is, first race on the calendar is Melbourne. And that if there's one circuit on the calendar where you want to dump all of your drag, it's that one. And it's a circuit where the more grip that you create, the more problems you create.
I'm just thinking, is it good for Monza or not?
Monza's another energy limited track.
Yes.
Despite the big braking zones, it's just the amount of time you spend full throttle.
Traditionally, Monza, it's about slipstream, slippery through the air. But Red Bull won for many years with Sebastian Vettel in Monza by having a great car, under braking and through the chicane, and not always necessarily the fastest in a straight line.
Well, and the thing that they were doing there, much like this car we're looking at on screen now, the Adrian Newey creation, the Aston Martin running huge Rake. Well, you want the car to squat down in a straight line, almost lift the front of the car up to minimise drag, and then when you brake, it pops back up and actually sticks the rear wing up in the air, and you get a lot more downforce at slow speed. It's not ever so great for your mechanical grip, your mechanical balance, but the extra downforce that you generate, particularly with that Red Bull of Sebastian Vettel's that you're talking about, it would outweigh the mechanical lack of grip.
Yeah.
So the aero dominated, like it often does, and that's what they were doing there. They were having their cake and eating it, because they could pop the rear wing up, huge rake in the slow speed, and under braking gives you lots of braking stability, particularly the rear of the car. And then on the straight lines or higher speed, the rear would squat back down again and minimise drag.
It's always a trade-off, isn't it, in Formula One?
Well, like I said, but that case wasn't so much of a trade-off, because you were creating that slippery car.
Okay.
The problem with last year's generation of cars, you couldn't really
as
do
low to the ground as possible. Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, you didn't have that luxury of being able to pop the rear up and have extra drag, because as soon as you did that, you limited that vacuum effect to the floor, and then you had no grip on the rear of the car particularly. So yeah, that's something that they can start to explore with again this year.
We'll talk more Rake as well, because the Aston Martin has got the That's So Adrian Rake on the car.
And interestingly, so this year obviously we have the straight mode, the active aero, so there's less of that you need to do, because it's taken care of with the wings. As we watch Lando come through the slower part of the circuit, no active aero activation points around this part, so you won't see therefore the rear wing open up the hill towards turn 9, because there's no zone there. So the straight mode is taking care of a lot of that.
There's one here though.
Yeah, there's one here out of 10. Here we go, you'll see it pop up. There we go. So, and there's the sign on the right hand side of your screen. Straight mode, active, lift off and brake, it closes back down, both front and rear. So this allows it to, and what you're getting with this is it shifts the aero balance slightly when you've got front and rear open, but in the rain it gets really interesting. Right. We haven't really covered this much, and we definitely won't be covering it here at this test. I certainly hope we won't anyway, because there's something seriously gone wrong.
There was chat about a wet weather test in Bahrain and turning the sprinklers onto the track, but not for this one.
So in the rain, what you're going to see is, and maybe we'll get this in Melbourne, the FIA will limit further the zones that we have around the track. So at the moment here we've got 4. They could limit that to only straight lines. So in Melbourne, for example, on the run through turn 8 before the high-speed chicane turns 9 and 10, it's actually a corner, turn 8. We never talk about turn 8 because
it's flat.
It's always flat out, and it was a DRS zone. Problem is for the teams that the FIA have said, well, in those kind of moments, we're not going to allow, in a corner, we won't allow straight mode.
Right.
So your zones get limited. So you will still have, in Melbourne, the front straight. You will still have the straight towards turn 3, because it's a dead straight line.
But that could be a bad hit.
What are you watching here, Russell? We'll get back to the straight mode chat after this. Just another lock up into turn 10. Yeah, there you go. And it's been a big talking point here all the way through this test and continues today. So yeah, back to the wet weather with the active aero. So they're going to say, well, they're going to allow only the front wing to
really?
open in some of those zones in the wet. And the reason for that is because they still want to run these cars quite low, particularly at the front of the car. So if without any straight mode activation, you would be crashing the bib of the car right into the floor. So it's kind of like a bit of a patchwork over a patchwork, because the team said, well, we can't have that. We can't have you just banning straight mode in the wet. We must have something, particularly at the front of the car.
Yeah.
So you will still see the front wing active in the rain, but not the rear.
And coupled with that, and I'm trying not to get too technical here, the wet weather tyres for this year, even though they have the tread on them because they're wet weather tyres, don't actually raise the height of the car. The car is still at the same height because the tyres are different for this year, and that tread, whilst it is evident, is not raising the car. So you haven't even got that little allowance for the tread raising the car. But if that is the case in the wet, let's get back to that Venn diagram. Let's go back to the battery deployment and the management. If you're taking away straight line mode with George Russell, that bit of rear wing straight line mode, active aero, if you're taking that away, is this not enough deployment from the battery and
oh, absolutely,
energy from the internal combustion engine? That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, that's not the problem. And you could just say in the rain, no straight mode.
Okay.
The problem is that the teams would have set their cars up for the drive with straight mode active. That's how you set your car, and that's what exactly they've done here in this test. If it suddenly rained, you would be relying just on the front wing opening up. If they didn't allow the front wing to open up, you'd just be sparking your car the whole way down the straight, and you would definitely still have ample amount of battery, because in the rain, the grip goes lower, and you brake for longer, and you lift off for longer, and you half throttle in the corners for longer, so you've got ample amount of storage and recovery through the lap. You almost can't dump it enough in the rain.
Yeah, true. You'd be checking the skid blocks a bit.
You definitely would. So, yeah, and that's the reason why we've ended up with this rule for the wet weather, for the straight mode.
Valtteri Bottas on track, ladies and gentlemen. No time set today, but he is back out on track in the Cadillac. Sergio Perez was late to the track yesterday in the morning session. Just watched the rear wing on the Red Bull. I mean, that's like a standard traditional design, isn't it, for DRS and now for active aero.
Yeah, you look at the Red Bull philosophy, it's no different at all. You see how tricky these cars are, though. Watch this on the exit, getting sideways there. It looks even more dramatic from that point of view.
You've got to be alert, haven't you, as a driver?
Oh,
this year,
especially out of that corner, Crofty. And that's one corner here at this circuit. They can tune the deployment. So on the exit of turn 11 there, you're still laterally loaded. So you've got a lot of lateral G-force going on, and it's very easy to spin up the rear wheels even at that speed. So yeah, very important corner. Leads into turn 12, obviously, which is flat out, albeit a zone where you don't have to, by regulation, deploy any energy from the battery, from the electric motor at all. So that it creates a lot of intrigue around turn 11.
Back to Cadillac, and Valtteri Bottas came out for a lap and has gone back into the garage again. Yes, he has gone back into the garage.
So sorry, how many laps have Cadillac done?
Well, that's 7 in total with no time set, so he's just come out and done 1 there.
Okay, so I was led to believe. I was led to believe, they were going to do a full race run after the aero rakes came off.
That was the plan, yes. What they were having yesterday, and they might be having today, is telemetry issues. And it was very much the case yesterday. It was telemetry issues that was keeping that car in the garage. So in many ways, well, okay, it's not mechanical, it's not a problem with the battery or the engine. That's a good thing. But if you haven't got the telemetry, if you haven't got the data being sent from the car back to the garage, A, you don't know if there's a problem, and B, you're not gathering the data, so there's no point being out there necessarily to test. And that I would imagine, is a very frustrating issue to have for the team if it is carrying on.
Yeah, it is, and you know what? You have to expect these teething troubles, big teething troubles with any brand new team. And But it was really nice to stand in front of their garage and see so many familiar faces.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like they've cherry-picked some of the best people in the industry and put them all together in that team. So, you know, make no mistake, that's a very experienced team there.
It is.
Yes, it's a brand new program and people might be in different positions, different job roles compared to what they would have been doing in the past. But my goodness, they've seen a lot of, they've got a lot of experience. They've seen a lot of action in F1 through their time here, and very little is going to faze them. But it's going to be difficult. It's a difficult challenge, but you know what? The reward when you start a brand new team, and I've been lucky enough to be a part of that twice in my career, Super Guri and also Toyota in sports cars, and to start a brand new program and then have some success, or in my sports car experience at least a lot of success, it's so much more rewarding.
I saw Graham Loudon this morning when I was down at Cadillac. There's Valtteri back on the track. Graham is the team principal for Cadillac. I said, "You ready then?" He said, "Well, we're here." He said, "Yeah, we've made it to all the tests. We're here." He said, "Hang on a minute." Got out his phone. He said, "Yep, 15 days until FP1." I said, "What, are you looking at a calendar?" He went, "No, I got a countdown. Got a countdown on my phone until we're there on the grid." And do you know what? After everything they went through to get the entry and to get the commercial terms as well, you know, to be accepted, just getting there is the first hurdle to overcome and the first reason for celebration, after which it's refinement and pace and progression for the future. And we should not ever underestimate the Herculean task of putting an F1 team together from scratch. And what was Graham saying? 143,000 people applied for jobs with Cadillac, of which they've chosen just over 500 to come and work for the team. And the operation looks smart from the outside as well. You know, the garage, you know, looks like a proper F1 garage. The hospitality unit looks like a proper F1 hospitality unit. They have brought in sponsors as well. It is not just about, you know, TWG and Cadillac as we're going to put all the money in. Super Bowl
drivers they've got as well.
Exactly.
Two experienced hands with Valtteri and Sergio Perez, and the whole operation from the outside, it shouts serious. This is serious business.
Nick Chester, we've just seen, Pete Crowler, Pat Simmons. So Nick Chester, very much a cornerstone of the Endstone outfit for many years, as was Pat Simmons.
Mark Hines just to his left-hand side as well.
Mark, who was obviously working with Lewis Hamilton as part of his management stable, and has now gone back into working with the team. Graham Loudon, the team principal, and Mark worked together at Manor Motorsport. They've known each other from years gone by. Mark, as the racing director, he understands drivers and the demands for drivers to help the new guys coming through, and to help Sergio and Valtteri as well, who are very happy. You know, being given almost a second chance, both drivers, to come back onto the grid once again. It's a happy ship down at Cadillac. And still problems. Pete Crowler, by the way, was team manager at Haas, and is now team manager at Cadillac. There will be issues, there will be problems, but there's a very good, I think, morale within the team, led by Dan Taris as the CEO and Graham Loudon as the team principal, who kind of makes it his mission to get to know each and every person there, and to use all the experience he had, you know, with Manor, with Marussia, you know, when the funding wasn't there to bring a new team into Formula One properly, to actually now this time say, no, we're going to do it the proper way. And I know what we did wrong in the past, and we did some good things. You know, we scored points as well. But to now, it's not Valtteri Bottas, by the way. That's Alex Albon in the Williams. We've still got the Bottas clock on. But to actually now go into it with a completely different methodology, and to be that American team eventually as well, and to bring more influence from America into their overall program. Wish them the best of luck.
You know, I know they've been uber successful in the world of sports cars of Cadillac, and so, you know, they will have set their sights right to the top, and have won some very prestigious races in America and around the world with the same brand. I mean, obviously not a lot to do with the people here in the F1 team, but as an organisation, as a company, it's, you know, they will obviously share those same goals, but the competition in Formula One is immense. We don't have to stress how immense that is. You know, if you took any one of these teams and you placed them in, say, a junior category or a category where you have to run standard equipment, and you applied these brains that were working in F1 into any of those categories and had the use of their tools in the factory to, even if you can't touch aerodynamically those spec series cars, they would win. By a long way. It's astounding the level of capacity an F1 team and the ambition and just that level of competition. You just can't underestimate it ever. It's amazing.
I'd like to say got a tweet, but that is so a few years ago. Got an X from Warden. It says, Crofty, the battery hasn't changed since 2013, yet you say everything's changed. It's a possible 1.11 kilowatt-hour battery.
Oh no, it has changed.
Warden, it's changed.
The capacity hasn't changed, but the architecture of all of the batteries, because you're stressing it more. Before it used to just sit in a happy zone of 30% up to 60%. You never stressed it a lot. As we know with batteries, they get unhappy when you, like your mobile phone, it starts getting hot maybe, or you can easily ruin the battery if you keep running it down to 0 all the time and letting your phone die. Don't do that. You will kill your battery.
I thought you had to do that from time to time.
Not with a lithium-ion battery. Oh, okay. You will, if you keep charging it up to 100 and back down to 0 all the time, that's a very sure way to ruin your battery. So if you're doing that, don't do that.
Oh, I won't do that.
Some of the latest phones out there actually have a limit that you can set to them, a bit like an EV road car. It's not a good idea to keep charging and discharging all the time. So you have to do that with these batteries in these cars now. You're given an 8.5 megajoule allowance per lap. The battery size is 4 megajoules. So you have to keep whacking it up to the top and bleeding it down to 0.
So they're constantly going up and down all the time?
Up and down, not like before. So because you're stressing that battery so much more, of course the architecture has to change.
And there you go, Warden. So it hasn't changed, but it has changed. And it's the usage of it and the way as well that the usage of it then affects everything that the car does. On track, by the way, at the moment, we can see Alex Albon. Ollie Behrman is out there and Valtteri Bottas is out there. I'm looking at we're actually right opposite Lewis Hamilton's garage here. That car is on the stand. They are not working at the rear of the car.
We can actually see over the boards because they put these boards up. The photographers standing in front of those boards, they can't see anything, but we can.
There's one photographer, he's called Toots, and Toots would be very good at getting a shot into the Ferrari garage because he's the tallest thing on planet Earth, and a lovely man as well. But he could probably get a shot. Everyone else has got no chance at all. But we can actually see, whilst there is work going on, I wouldn't say it's dramatic work going on in that Ferrari garage. And it does just make me think that whatever is happening is going to take a while, and that is not great for Lewis Hamilton, who has done how many laps today? Only 5 laps today, and lost running yesterday afternoon as well.
Yeah, I thought he looked comfortable in the car yesterday, actually. It looked like he had a good handle on it and very few mistakes as well, particularly during his long run in the evening. But yeah, a shame to be missing any kind of track time when you're sharing one car with your teammate.
So there, he's not out there at the moment. At Red Bull, we saw Max Verstappen back into the garage. Work going on George Russell's Mercedes 2. And squeezing himself into the commentary box, because there's not an awful lot of room in here. Team representative from Aston Martin, the one, the only, podium finisher, all-time Grand Prix racing legends,
lap record holder around this very circuit
in Bahrain from 2004.
4 or 5? I thought it was 2005.
5, okay.
Come on, Crofty.
Oh, dear.
Pedro de la Rosa, anyway.
Hello, Crofty. Hello, Anthony.
Great to have you here.
Fantastic to be here with you too, and glad as well that you did your homework before I came here. You know, the dates and stuff like that.
I did my homework and asked you to come up to the commentary box.
Anthony did.
I mean, it was the only stat I knew about you, so I thought it's, you know, I rolled that one in while I could before Crofty got in there.
That's probably because you'd set a lap record on the Friday. Were you a Friday driver at that stage? And then he went out and beat it?
Not in 05.
Okay,
no,
fine.
Not in 05.
So in which case, I have no idea how you know that then. That's stats are not normally your thing.
It's not really, but it's one of those stats that does stick in my mind because you were flying that day in the McLaren.
Yeah, I mean, I drove the MP4 20, the last V10 era engine-powered car. It was also Adrian Newey's design, and it seems the fastest car I've ever driven in F1. You know, it was a massive. It was
V10.
It was a V10. It's fair to say as well that it was in the time where the cars were 605 kilos with the driver included. Now we are talking about 770, something like that. So it is nearly 200 kilos lighter. Therefore, we had refueling as well, so that the races were really, you were always on the light side of driving, and also you had no DRS, but you didn't have either energy to recharge, or you were always at maximum power. Every lap was the same, 930 horsepower, flat out.
It must be one of the longest standing lap records still remaining on the calendar, because we have got an awful lot faster. Oh dear, that's flapping around a bit. Needs some new gaffer tape on there. Is that cooling that they've kind of covered up because they don't need the cooling?
That's quite a good sign.
Yeah.
Not a good sign it's coming off, but a good sign that they need it there in the first place.
On the subject of cooling, the Aston Martin's coming out with Fernando Alonso. It's 44 degrees track temperature and 27 degrees, nearly 28 air temperature. There's a lot of cooling on the side of that Aston Martin.
Well, there must be at this time of the day. Obviously, cooling changes a lot during the day here, especially as the afternoon, you know, the temperatures drop. He's now doing a practice start, as you can see, and I think for the plan of today, at the time that he's leaving the garage right now, he's attempting a long run at the moment. That's our aim for the just before lunch break.
How much do you need a long run before the lunch break here to actually get some proper long run data? Because the laps haven't been enough so far.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, that's a good point, and that's the reason why. Is it ideal to do a long run during the peak track temperatures at this time of the day? No, because the race won't happen at this time. But we are not in a position really to choose when do we want to do the long run. It's the last day of Fernando here, so we really need to squeeze in as the first long run, or the second long run. He did one previously, you know. So that's the reason why he's going out at this moment in time with full tanks.
Very slippery stuff there for Alex Albon in the Williams through turns 6 and 7, and then a big lock-up into turn 8. Pedro, you mentioned working with and having driven one of Adrian Newey's cars back in the old McLaren days. What's it like having him arrive at the team here?
Just fantastic, you know. Just I mean, only by the fact that when you look into the engineering room and you see all our engineers and then Adrian there sitting, and you know, I just came from the engineering room and I looked in, just squeezed my head in. I don't have any seat in the engineering room, but I just squeezed my head there. And he was there watching some graphs of airflows around the car and stuff like that, and it's like truly inspiring every time he talks, and he's such a great leader and someone that he really knows what has to be done, where do we have to concentrate and give priorities in the development of the car. That is really inspiring.
And I'm sure Mike Crack is as inspired as everyone else at the team as we focus in on him. But
yeah, definitely.
Give us a scale, an idea, I should say, of the scale of the challenge that Adrian has had, not just as team principal, but as managing partner technical, which was his first position when he came in, because he didn't have the luxury of arriving at the time that other teams had already started their work for 2026.
Yes, I mean, Adrian arrived to the team on the 2nd of March, so obviously it was a few months later than what we would have liked to, but that's how it was, and that's the earliest that he could come to work with us. And we all started the project a few months later, waiting for Adrian. We also had the wind tunnel that was getting ready, and until, you know, just a few months 1 month and a half before he arrived. So everything was coming in, but a bit late. That's fair to say. But that we shouldn't look back. You know, I mean, the beauty about this, we have Adrian in the team, we have Honda, we have an incredible partnership. Is it challenging? Yes, massively. Did we arrive? Did everything gel together a bit later than a few months that we were expecting or we were willing? Yes, but that doesn't mean that we have a great future.
But on paper, it looks like all the ingredients are there. You know,
Yes.
a state-of-the-art modern factory, probably the newest F1 factory there is, and it must be exciting for you to see all those ingredients there, and just it must be successful, surely, in the future.
Well, I mean, the question really is when, you know.
Exactly.
I mean, I mean, are we worried about? No, I mean, it's just that we have to work on a daily basis. We have to understand the regulations. We have to develop the car. We have to maximize it, optimize every area around it. We have the right resources and people, yes. But the problem really is we want it now. No, racing is about now, not tomorrow. We have to think mid-long term here as well. This, you know, so it's a long journey. We knew it was going to be difficult. It's been challenging, but it's the same for everyone.
Nothing that has happened in testing so far has necessarily come as a complete shock to myself. I know it's not been as good as you were hoping, but from a long way back, from even before the start of last year, those within the team were playing down expectations. When Adrian arrived, they were playing down expectations for 2026 and saying, look, it is not about 26. That's our starting point. 27 and then 28 is our target for the success and the ambition that we have here. Because there are a lot of things, you know, as you mentioned, that have all come together. You know, the new campus being built is a major disruption for any team. The new simulator needs to be working and up to speed. The new wind tunnel, which I believe is called an air tunnel, not a wind tunnel.
Yes.
We need to give it its... And I actually prefer air tunnel, thank you very much, because it kind of highlights more what it's about rather than just wind, to be fair. But has it, even with those expectations being played down, has what we've seen in the last kind of 8 days of on-track, or 7 days of on-track running, been a bit of a disappointment for the team?
Well, I think that it's not a disappointment, you know. It's just that we are facing reality, you know. It's just you put everything together in a, you know, you bring new partners. We have to work from scratch with Honda, and we have to adapt to a new set of very challenging and new regulations, all in, you know, in a few months. So it was never going to be easy. But as you know, we go back to what I said before. It's a challenge for everyone. It's a massive challenge for us. We have to not undermine as well the fact that we have a new gearbox, a new rear suspension, which we are designing and manufacturing ourselves. It's not easy, especially this year again with all the downshift issue, the harvesting that goes behind the scenes, which obviously, and yesterday caused Lance to spin at this particular corner, turn 11. So it's challenging, you know. But I mean, it's part of the beauty of F1, you know. We wouldn't be, you know, if we would be racing V10s like we used to do, and you know, which it wouldn't be that interesting. It's not part of the DNA of Formula One. The DNA of Formula One is challenge, is change, is evolution, and we're living in this hybrid era, and we just have to not question the new regulations. They are there. They're the same for everyone. It's just we have to exploit them better than anyone.
It's been fun while you've been...
Yeah, no, I was watching.
Yeah, I could see you watching.
I was watching, and obviously, the you know, in the past, this lap would have been difficult for the floor because he went wide in turn 11.
Yeah.
But you know, it is. I was watching in turn 10. I've been watching there many laps from everyone, and how difficult for the drivers is to actually not lock the fronts or the rears going into that corner is
There's
huge.
a lot of them that have been locking as well.
I mean, there's so many things going on, you know. There's the harvesting, the brake balance oscillations because of also the SM closing and when it closes, and it's not easy.
But they look like, sorry, Crofty, but they look like they are more agile, more nimble cars, because they're smaller dimensions. And I think that aspect the drivers are enjoying. They might not be enjoying so much the lack of downforce. It's very early stages of these regulations, of course, but I don't know what you see, Pedro. Like, Do you see the car a bit more agile as well?
100%, Anthony. I mean, one of the things that stood out in this corner in turn 10 was how quick the car rotates on the apex. It's true as well that in that particular corner we were watching, a lot of cars, most of the cars use first gear to charge the battery again.
Yeah.
So that is obviously when you downshift to first in a corner that is naturally should be taken in second, the rear end just wants to snap away. But they're much more agile. I think that the concern of the drivers, or the complaint, I would say, is more in the corners where you will run out of energy, you will run out of 350 kilowatts for 70 horsepower, and corners like turn 12, where Fernando was saying, it is now in a race condition, it will easily be taken flat because you won't have any energy there.
Yeah. So it's just internal combustion engine.
Exactly, and then you have, you know, with the level of downforce that these cars produce nowadays, that corner that was taken around in race conditions, 280, 290 kph, now you will be doing 200, 190. That's obviously an incredible delta that will make you easily take the car flat, that corner flat easily.
I think it's like what Jolyon was saying earlier on. I heard him saying that, yeah, some corners like turn 2 here in Bahrain will be much more challenging because the car just doesn't go as, you haven't got the downforce. But then that trade-off is somewhere like turn 12, it's a much easier corner for the drivers than it used to be. So, and I think every track will just have its own unique qualities to it.
Just watching George Russell here, he let Lando Norris and Franco Colapinto go past, and I wondered if he was just making a bit of a gap before starting again. Let's just have a quick look at his start as he came out. Well, there's a practice start.
Just wondering why he went so slowly after it, though.
Yeah. Well, I think he's still continuing to go very slowly around the track.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that he could actually be trying. I mean, he could actually be doing like a practice formation lap. We don't know, you know, like. But anyway, that's
that looks a bit
part
slow
of testing.
even for a formation lap, doesn't it?
The thing is, Crofty, is that in the past you went testing and no one really was taking notice of what you were doing. You could do all type of experiments. Now you do an experiment, it fails, and it's like a red flag, and it's, oh my God, what happened? You know, I mean, it's part of testing.
We're looking for a story at all times.
Yes.
Andrew.
Yeah, no, I can
That's why we've got you up here. We're looking for a story, my friend.
But by the way, we were talking about my lap record, which is obviously a thing I like to talk about, as you can see. But Anthony, if you go into the tunnel, when you park your car and you go through the tunnel, there is a picture of me and the lap record there. So I don't think you went into the stats that deeply. I think it's just you saw it when you were coming in the morning.
I know. Come on, give me more credit. You know, I'm not that observant, Pedro. You know, I did not see it, but I will look out for it.
Come on, man.
Hang on, no, it's honestly. Is there? Yes. Which tunnel are you talking about? This one here?
No, the
we don't walk in that.
Oh, okay, well.
There you go.
Team representative media has to go through another.
We've got the rubbish car park.
Hang on a minute. You're the Mercedes development driver. You can go through the team's tunnel. You're properly busted.
It's a longer walk.
Yes.
It's a longer walk.
And he didn't come in with the rest of us this morning as well. So
there you go.
So
I didn't go through that tunnel.
We've sorted that one. Has George Russell just spent a lap experimenting with something, or is he going to dive into the pits? He's diving into the pits.
Did we hear him ever change up the gears? I was just wondering, you know.
Yeah, he's coming in now, so.
Yeah, did it get stuck in a second or third gear?
Could be. I mean, I don't know what the development driver of Mercedes has to say about this.
Yeah,
I think, I don't know. I would like to. The development driver would like to see whether he changed up gear or not through that lap. I mean, it's too slow to be in anything higher than third gear, I should imagine.
So now we're going to send our keen squad of reporters all the way down to Mercedes to see what's going on there.
This is how stories are created from up here, Pedro. Come on.
Yes.
Exactly. So, Honda engine. Let's talk Honda engine.
Yeah, the engine is still on, huh?
That's the Mercedes engine, Pedro.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I think they could be doing a heat soak test or whatever type of, of interesting test for. Anyway, it's part of testing.
Honda engine, are you running it at full revs yet?
Yeah, I mean, there's no, I mean, nowadays I don't think you're limited by the revs. You can rev. The thing is, if the engine is still pulling at high revs or not, you know, I mean, that's what is making you trigger the shift lights. You know, it's the power curve more than the rev limit.
And so we're still at Mercedes. We've still got an engine running. What might they be doing out?
It looks like a well-planned test. You know, I don't know what they're testing. Obviously, it's down to them, but it is look like they already had it in place. You know,
it looks
just
like they're meant to do it.
Slow formation lap, come in slowly, don't stop the engine, heat soak test clearly, just in case there's any issue. Just bring the, you know, just check at how long can you keep the engine running without overheating the engine.
Yeah. The thing is, with these new regulations, you can easily get tripped up by certain scenarios that may happen. You know, there could be a red flag, so you have to limp back home.
Exactly.
You might have spun and gone into the gravel and have to select reverse gear and get it. How does the new power unit and these regulators cope with things like that? You have to be, when we come to Melbourne, prepared for any kind of bizarre scenario that we sometimes come across in racing, in Formula One, and you can't have a moment where you get tripped up by it. You've got to be prepared. The more things you can think about that could possibly go wrong and have a backup plan, how to resolve it.
Absolutely.
That's key for the first couple of races, because you'll see that happen. People will fall foul of not doing their homework, I'm sure.
Was it at Williams the first year that James Vowles was team principal? They wanted to go through the procedure of, if the car was live and came into the pits, how did they manage to basically switch the battery off and make sure that it wasn't going to shock anyone if they touched the car? And I think I remember actually we were commentating on it as Nicholas Latifi jumped clear. And so, you know, they're obviously going through the scenario of what if the car's live and comes into the pits. But all the people in the team thought that it was a real-life situation and not a rehearsal or not a test, because James had said to you know, his chief engineers, racing engineers, right, we're going to do this, but don't tell anyone we're going to do this, because I want them to think it's real, so that they know exactly how to react in a real situation as well.
Yes.
Which I thought was quite clever.
Very clever, and that's a common practice, really. Just sometimes don't tell. If you, for example, go for a front wing change, just in case there's damage on the out lap, on the first lap in the race. You know, you don't tell your mechanics you do an unplanned pit stop, but then you tell them on the radio just 10-15 seconds before the car enters the pit lane. So just to practice and also to keep everyone really, really sharp. But that's part of testing. Also, I think it's very, very important to try all these scenarios, bizarre scenarios that Anthony was talking about, and see how they correlate as well with the simulator. See if the simulator has good correlation with these low revs coming into the pits scenarios that you normally don't simulate in the sim. But and even the limited track time we have, you need to nowadays.
And for the engine manufacturers as well. Thinking of all of these scenarios, you know, you have to prove it. You can have as many simulations as you want. We now live in a world full of simulations, and you still have to prove it on track and get the real data from the car, just to understand whether you're on the right path with those calculations that you made beforehand.
It is it's challenging, man. I really, with all this you know, deployment of energy, harvesting even at the race start, you know, just before you're sitting there in the grid, you select first gear, you rev the engine high, and you're charging the battery very fast. And you can trip over the 4 megajoules limit and then be very slow out, you know. And so it's challenging, but I think that by the time we arrive to Australia, with this amount of testing we've had and the weeks just before Australia, a lot of these scenarios that are a bit, well, not dangerous, I would say they're a bit unknown, will become common practice for most of the teams.
I hadn't thought about that possibility of tripping over the 4 megajoule limit at the start as well. and that affecting your start. There are many things that can affect your start, obviously.
Another thing that can easily happen to these cars is where you have a problem with the kinetic, and then it hands over to the mechanical brakes for an entire lap. So you basically have to limp back home without any regen anymore.
Oh.
And those knock-on effects this year are obviously way bigger than last year. Yeah. So how do you recover from a moment like that? Is it safe enough? Because that's your #1 priority. If you were to have a kinetic energy recovery system fail, then it hands over to the mechanical brakes. Does it just hand over to the front brakes? Does it hand over just the rear brakes, or all 4 of them? To manage that and design that from a team's perspective is incredibly hard, and can obviously have pretty catastrophic consequences if it's not proven properly.
On that subject, it looked very much yesterday with Lance Stroll that something had handed over to the rear brakes without any warning and quite instantaneously, and that's what threw him off.
Yes.
At turn 11.
Yes, it was like that. You know, first of all, our car is very difficult under braking. I think we've seen a lot of cars locking the fronts, rears. It's not only us, but obviously we're struggling in that area. Has to be improved.
Well, look how many dark lines there are on the braking zone before turn 1. I just spotted that as you were saying it.
And you know, there was some settings that, you know, obviously not perfect, and it just threw him around without even turning in. You know, he was just braking straight, just the moment, and there's many factors that contributed to that, but it's something to do with, you know, the team knows exactly. But Anthony, the point really here is, you were right, there were a lot of black marks into turn 1, let's say, you know, but there's a huge runoff area, asphalt runoff area here. But what about Australia? You know, I mean,
there's
you know,
gravel and grass.
Exactly, and walls, you know.
Yeah.
So it is, it's going to be even more challenging. Bahrain is an easy one in terms of safety. It's a very safe track. There's the runoff areas. You can go straight, you can go wide, you can explore the limits and beyond.
And it's a very normal circuit in terms of the energy recovery and deployment.
It's one of the best.
Isn't.
Yes,
exactly. I mean, Melbourne stands out as one of the most difficult challenges for recovery. You're flat out for a much longer time. It's a much higher speed circuit, and every track we'll see this year, every track is incredibly unique. A bit like your graph you were talking about earlier on, Crofty, how it all links back to the battery management, and every circuit we go to is a new challenge to master for all of the teams.
Can I ask a stupid question then?
No.
I mean, it's never stopped you in the past. So.
Don't say no. I do this on a daily, not hourly basis.
knows you very well.
Yeah, sadly.
I can see.
Unfortunately, yes.
20 right. years we've known each other, and sadly knows there's a stupid question coming. If Melbourne is a challenge for this current generation of cars, and other circuits will be a challenge, is it a challenge that is too much? What I'm trying to say is, do we need to think about the circuits that we go racing on and making them more fitting, or making them fit the current demands of Formula One? I'm not saying we have to change the characteristics totally, but should we in some of them, so that it gives the teams a fighting chance, or not?
Just trying to think of, for you, a good analogy, Crofty. I suppose it's
simple as possible, please.
Yeah, so it'd be like you just going to a different commentary box with different equipment in front of us, different screens. You know, but you would find your way. You're a professional. You find your way, and that's exactly how the teams survive as well. You do your homework. You come prepared. You know the challenge that's ahead of you. You know, you might get somebody to send you some photos of the commentary box layout before you go into there. Do you have a commentary box that overlooks the garages, or are you on the garage side so you don't have that kind of information? And you just start to build a picture in your head of what that challenge is going to be. And I'm sure it's the same for anyone at work who carry on doing the same job but for a different company. It's that, you know, that first day at work, everyone can relate to that, or first day in a different school.
And Formula One shouldn't be, you know, we should be looking at difficult challenges.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because difficulty implies they're fascinating and motivating for not only the drivers, but also to all the engineers and mechanics. You know, we don't like easy things. And that's why everyone in the paddock, okay, there's a lot of the people are tired. You know, they've been working flat out for that. Not the testing. I mean the pre-season testing. I'm talking about the whole months in factory trying to get power units and cars ready to be here and testing reliably. But they are fascinated by the challenge, you know, and this is the part of what we were saying before. It's part of the DNA of Formula One, you know. Yeah, Australia will be more difficult than Bahrain, yes, but what about Monaco? You know, it won't be easier than Australia. So, but I'm pretty sure that everyone wants to go there and race with these cars there.
So do you have little sympathy with some drivers who have been quite outspoken about the new cars and the way that you have to drive them?
Yes, I mean, of course I have. I mean, and let's be realistic. They are the only ones that have driven these cars. I haven't done 1 kilometer, so they have a lot more authority than me to say what they feel and how these cars behave. The only thing I'm, you know, from a team's perspective and a spectator, I just think that this set of regulations are new, and we just have to adapt faster than anyone else. You know, I'm not looking at if it's fun or not fun for the driver, or if it's extremely complex, that's for sure. I mean, I only am touching the surface, you know. Yeah. Speak with some engineers and I said, okay, stop, you know, leave it here, because it is, I don't need to know certain things, you know. So, but
we've all been there.
Yeah, but it is, I think it's new, it's different, and we just have to cope with them better than other teams. You know, that's the point of view we should be approaching this new set of regulations.
Let's go back to lock up there. George Russell, Lando Norris was the car that was ahead of him, locking up and going wide. George will say thank you very much. Bye-bye in a minute.
That's an example of what you're talking about, though, from a driver's point of view, Pedro. It's that, you know, you see the car lock up in front of you, and yes, you have a lockup, but your lockup wasn't quite as bad as the one in front, so you've done a slightly better job. And yes, you know, yes, it's a challenge. Yes, it's uncomfortable. You don't like it, but if you don't complain about it and spend less of your energy complaining about it and just focus on trying to do a better job than anybody else, then that's going to pay dividends in Australia.
So in terms of doing a better job, Honda power and battery power against the Adrian Newey chassis, where do the gains need to come from Aston Martin?
Every side, every part, every department, we have to. Well, first of all, we need to understand fully, you know, our package and then optimize it accordingly. But we have a very clear path of development. I mean, this is very, very clear, and it just is in every single area of the car. I mean, it would be naive to say we just have to focus on this area, because I think that firstly we are far behind. Secondly, we are in the, you know, adapting to a new set of regulations. So, I mean, the cars that we're seeing here, you know, all of the cars, I bet you they will find a lot of lap time already in Australia, all of us.
What did you think of the Ferrari rear wing, by the way? We were talking about that, the collapsible rear wing.
I haven't even seen it, man.
No,
this is the beauty about it in a minute. Okay, no, I mean, you know, it's just that I'm fully focused and I have more than enough in our team, you know, in our development. It is.
No, it's true though. When you're a member of a team and you're there on the ground in the garage, you're very blinkered for what you see that given week or weekend. It's amazing how actually when you sit here in the commentary box and you work for the TV company, that you have to see all of the teams. You get a diluted version, obviously, from what all of the teams are doing, but our eyes are on every team. But when you're within one team, you're very self-centered and focused, aren't you? Here's the wing.
So watch this. I described it as flipping brilliant. Watch what it does now. Et voila.
He's stunned in silence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what is the purpose of that, you know, other than to catch Crofty's attention. So I mean, I don't know if it was a test of the actuator, if it was really a way of reattaching the downforce faster, if it was a more efficient way of bringing it back. It looked like a slow way of bringing the downforce back, but they know a lot better.
That's because we've slowed it down. That's a slow.
Yes, but it does the whole turn. So anyway, I don't know, Crofty. I mean, it looks interesting. It's good for the sponsor anyway.
The interesting thing is the actuators are on the side of the wing, so not controlled by the central pillar, like all of the other teams have done.
Except Alpine.
Except Alpine, that doesn't flip 180.
No,
yeah,
so just totally collapses.
So that's what's allowing it to flip 180. Yeah, it's very bizarre. Does it work? I don't know. I'm sure.
Talking to David Sanchez at Alpine, he said, well, I'm a little surprised that other teams haven't followed what we've done, and I'm sure they've looked into it. There is a trade-off with it in that the actuator needs to be a bit more reinforced and a bit heavier, so you're adding weight. He said, but we're confident we can make weight savings elsewhere. And actually said by the time we get to Australia, we think we'll be on the money when it comes to the minimum weight. He said, but we thought it was worth doing because it actually dumps that much more drag.
Yes, I think you brought something very important there, is the weight, you know, because I think that every decision about car design is taking into consideration weight. So therefore, front suspensions, you know, I mean, we've seen some teams that have, most of them have push rods, some others have pull rods, but in the past it was mainly what's better for aero, full stop. Yeah. Now it's what's better for aero plus what is lighter, and you have to balance that out. You know, if you are close to the weight limit and you know that extra actuator or that reinforcing the center pillar or whatever they're doing, which I don't know, will throw you into that area of losing performance just by adding weight or not. You have to balance all that out, and then you have the cost cap on top. So you cannot build unlimited number of wings, and so it is.
That's a very good point, Pedro, because in the days of cost cap now, you don't just try this kind of stuff and develop this kind of stuff just because you can. It has to be a serious consideration and cost involved as well. So they designed that with purpose and probably intention to race it.
And we'll have tried it out here and have sadly gone back to the garage. And if I stand up, they're still working on Lewis Hamilton's car, and not very hard in terms of there's not busy activity going on there. And I'll say what I said half an hour ago, that looks like it's there for the duration and probably until after the lunch break, the way that it's looking in that Ferrari garage. But it wouldn't surprise me if that's now they've tried it, they've tested it, and it works in whatever way it works, that we don't see it again for the rest of this test, because what they don't want to do is give even more clues to the other teams on that one. I don't know how long you've got with us. You're more than welcome to stay for as long as you want, because we're loving the chat. Craig Woolard, by the way, says the only circuit on the current calendar with an older fastest lap than Pedro's, lap record holder here, is Shanghai, Michael Schumacher from 2004.
Wow. The fact that you are mentioning Michael Schumacher and my name together, it's already gives me a big pride. You know, I feel very proud of actually being in that league. But
we often do, to be honest.
But records are, you know, sooner or later it will be beaten. I mean, maybe not this year because cars look a bit slower at the moment, but the moment they re-asphalt, you know, this circuit, and they lay this super black and grippy asphalt that they've been doing it in China and in some parts of Abu Dhabi, blah, you know, it will be beaten. So
I was just going to say, actually, the two common factors that both of those circuits have: very old asphalt.
Yeah, that's true.
So the circuit itself has lost way more than 20%, maybe 50% of its grip that it would yield back then. Not trying to take anything away from you at all, Pedro, of course.
It looked like, it didn't look like that, though. It didn't look like that.
But yeah, it's, I mean, it was only a year old when that record was set for Pedro, and it was the same, it was brand new in 2004 in Shanghai, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, I remember the year that they suddenly, wow, it's going to go right there on the turn
Great
one.
shot from the drone, once again, isn't it? It's a very unique view of the track.
When they introduced the lap, you know, the extra point for fastest lap, that made me very nervous, because obviously, you know, at the end of the race, a lot of drivers was a late safety car. People were fitting a new set of tires, recharging the battery on the safety car period, and then go for a fastest lap. It was, but I survived.
You did.
I survived.
It was the only time when Pedro would take off those blinkers we were talking about with being involved with the team, when he would be watching whoever put new tires on at the end of a race.
You see on this moment that Colapinto had, it was not, I mean, he was locking the rears, not the fronts. So that is the fine line that you get with these regulations. You either, you know, you start locking the fronts, and therefore you move the brake balance rearward, you harvest more energy on entry, and you end up with moments like this.
Yeah, there's so much more inertia going through the whole drivetrain now without the MGUH, the heat recovery that we used to have.
I think it's fair to say this year, don't blame the driver instantly whenever you see a lock-up, because certainly with the rears locking, it can be very much more a mechanical issue on that one.
There's a lot more things happening in the background, you know?
Exactly.
That is the point, yeah, you're right. But inevitably, we all will blame the drivers when you see something like that. I mean, we just...
Hey, talking of drivers, your team representative at Aston Martin, who have 2 team representatives this year, Jenson Button, will be working with the team as well, lots of Honda connections. We've already talked about Hungary 2006. I don't know how often you two discuss that one.
Not many times, you know. I try to not bring that up. I try not to bring that race up.
Hungary 2006, when Jenson Button and Pedro de la Rosa stood side by side on a podium together. I remember the TV commentary from that weekend where the co-commentator claimed it was all his doing that Jenson won that.
That was a tough weekend, that was.
Yes.
Doing the
you were already you were working with BAR.
Honda, yeah. And I mean, so the days when a reserve driver actually worked.
Worked.
Dare I say?
And worked hard.
It's true though, isn't it? Hard, very hard. Yeah.
No, it was great to be a test driver back then, reserve driver. You know, the amount of mileage we were getting. I was working there as well with McLaren many years. And
you're an intelligent man, Pedro, in a high-up position in the team. What would you like to change in regards to that? As I see a problem for the young drivers today, how do we give them more track time?
Well, good question. I mean, the thing is, already when we are defining what a young driver is, there's a bit of a, discrepancy. A driver with, you know, you can use a young driver in an FP1 session this year, and he cannot have done more than 2 Grand Prix in his life.
Yeah.
So, for example, Stoffel is not qualified as a young driver, but is it fair? I would say it's not fair, you know, because, okay, he's not young, but he deserves a chance as well.
And it's been a while.
Because, yes, you know, you don't get that extra time. I think that if we don't open up a bit more, I'm not saying massively, because, you know, but a bit more testing, it's impossible to give the young drivers a fair opportunity to be measured against legends of the caliber of Fernando.
Talking of legends, is Fernando Alonso coming in? Yes, he is. That's a shame. We were going to get you to give us a lap with Fernando Alonso, but he's decided he doesn't want the scrutiny, and he's coming instead. So Zach Crawford is your reserve driver,
yes,
who can come in and do the
free practice sessions
for this year, of which already we've increased it a bit, haven't we? So it's now 2 per car,
yes,
for the year, except if you're Arvid Lindblad's car, where actually he can get both. He can be the young driver for the 2 FP1 sessions in Australia and China. They don't need necessarily to have anyone in. So there's a bit of that. I was also thinking, especially if, as was discussed at the commission yesterday, the F1 commission, they're thinking of putting sprint races to 12 a season. Well, why not have a certain amount of sprint races that need to be competed in by your reserve driver, by a young driver, for instance, who, you know, you can maybe have a limit of 6 Grand Prix in the past, and make the sprint a bit of a team effort, to be honest, where your Grand Prix drivers have to sit out a few to be replaced by, and the teams can pick, to be replaced by your young driver. That gives them at least some racing experience.
It's those kind of ideas that I think need to be discussed. And also, you know, the sport has never been richer, thanks to the cost cap. So why not bring back the 3rd car?
Yeah.
You know, and that could be outside of the cost cap.
It's sat there at the back of the garage with bits. You might as well have it.
You know, when I was down in the pit lane, I walked past, I can't remember which team it was, and I thought, oh, that car's behind covers. I wonder why they're still in the game. It was the other car.
Yeah.
It was completely built up, looked like ready to go, but the actual car was out on track.
Fair play to Cadillac. They've got 3 chassis, and they've got 3 chassis here, to be honest. So, you know, well done to them. But I just...
Yeah,
it's more opportunity. Felipe Drugovich is a man that we all know very well, who has not had the single-seater racing experience in the last 3 years that his talent deserves.
Absolutely.
And I think that's a crying shame.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fantastic talent. I mean, Felipe, what a great driver, you know, really is a very impressive talent, I would say. But Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there's a lot of ways of giving young drivers extra mileage. You know, I mean, you could actually test on a Monday after the Grand Prix, you know, for giving them, you know, extra mileage. We have to think about what's cost effective, really, because even if it's in the cost cap or not, you have to think about that. Sprint races for youngsters, personally, I think that the amount of potential damage that they could cause to the race weekend would be enormous, because you can have a crash and lose one car, and then you don't have, you know, I mean, you have it compromises the whole weekend. Anyway, there's a lot of things that we have to but yes, on the bottom line is that we agree young drivers have to get more mileage. You know, that's a
particularly for, you know, Ollie Behrman's one of the lucky ones. He was there before this regulation change came about. Imagine how hard it will be for a young driver now trying to get their heads around these set of regulations when they're newly exposed to it. Yeah. At the end of the year, when everyone's accustomed to the energy management intricacies involved with driving these cars now. I mean, you mentioned before, Pedro, you get to a limit, speaking to the engineers, of where your brain can go is that complex. And for a young driver coming in, you're even more on the back foot than ever before. That's my worry with where these complex rules are going, for putting my young driver head on from how I remember things to be back then. It was already an uphill battle.
I mean, the good thing about young drivers nowadays is, okay, they have very limited mileage on the real car, but they have unlimited mileage on the simulator. And they, once they jump into the real racing car, they are so, I mean,
they are prepared.
Yeah, so well prepared, you know, and so, yes, I mean, but yeah, I agree that they lack the mileage. I think that with previous era cars, with ground effect cars, the amount of downforce that these cars were producing in high-speed corners was very difficult for them, and physically as well. Now with this new generation, I think that the cornering speeds have dropped considerably, so I think they will be more, I mean, more used to it.
Will we see those cornering speeds where Fernando was talking about turn 12 here, for instance? It's not the corner that it once was. With development of the cars, will we see those cornering speeds going back up again? Will things ramp up, or are we always going to be, back to my Venn diagram, limited by battery deployment in corners such as turn 12 here?
No, naturally they'll get faster, because if you think about it, on a circuit like this, if you can keep your drag level the same and increase the downforce, then you can go around a corner like turn 11 much quicker. And that means it's a momentum corner, is turn 11. So momentum will be on your side as you head up the hill to turn 12. And suddenly turn 12 does become a faster corner. It still might not be as challenging as it once was, because you're going to have more grip to take you through that corner. But that means that other corners out there, say the Suzuka S's, for example, would become much more challenging, because there'll be higher speed. You'll have more downforce to take you through those corners. So, yeah, the cars will naturally develop. And, I mean, 2022... when we were at the start of the previous set of regulations, I mentioned it yesterday, the fastest lap here was set by Verstappen. It was a 31.7.
Yeah.
We're not that far away from that. At the same time of the year, but in 2026. So fast forward 3 or 4 years' time in these set of regulations, of course we're going to be going at least 2 to 3 seconds faster.
Just out of interest, I'm just going to break off the chat there as we see Lando Norris coming out of the pit lane. But we have the Red Bull in the background now just being pushed back into the garage, and it was sat in its pit box, and I didn't quite get what they were doing with, because it hadn't been out on the track. So I assume it was a Max Verstappen. It came out of the garage, was pushed into the pit box, and has now been pushed back into the garage again. Is that one of those, they're testing something, pit procedure?
Yeah, I mean, it could very well be a similar test as we saw with the Mercedes, but
I also spotted Pedro de la Rosa, because she's never far from the action. Bernie Collins down there casting her expert eye over what they were doing. So Bernie, did you get a good view?
Always eagle-eyed, or at least trying to be eagle-eyed at Crofty. We were actually stood looking at the Mercedes in the garage as Red Bull had come in and did that practice pit stop. And what they did, I don't know if you've seen it earlier, Crofty, but Pedals, as he's known, was out again with his thermal camera. So they came in, they took the rear wheels off and changed the front wheel, a full practice pit stop on the front. Rear wheels came off, got the thermal camera in, trying to look at temperatures that looked to me of the rear axle rear brake drum, that sort of area. So took a few pictures just when the car's nice and hot. Then they took their time, got the car up on the trolley and got it into the garage. So practice pit stop on the front, bit of thermal investigation on the rear, I would say, was what was happening there for Red Bull.
Thank you very much, Bernie. I'm glad you were down at Red Bull there. I just couldn't quite understand why the car was sat there in its pit box, but Bernie has explained that, which is fab.
I mean, as well, you know, when I was down at Cadillac, they were, oh no, sorry, it's Alpine before, and they've said, yeah, you know, just any kind of small anomaly that they see in the data, you will, because it's just a test session, you will box the car just to make sure. There's no point running it if you feel like there could potentially, even if it's just a minor detail that's different that you've seen on the telemetry, you might as well box the car, because the work it could create if you didn't act on that, you don't want it coming your way. So yeah, if boxing the car is the safest way when you have that luxury of time on your side to do it. But yeah, it could be a planned item, of course, but there is always that chance that you'll for safety reasons and precaution, you'll put it back in the garage.
Well, it's a test, isn't it? And therefore, you know, we're not about pushing performance with a race in mind to come on the Sunday. We're about testing. But when do we start to really push performance? So down at Aston Martin, when, and I'm sure Adrian's got a few bits up his sleeve, you know, that he's saved for what, the last hour of the test, just to give us an indication before Australia.
I think that well, every team is different, have different priorities, and it just very much depends up to what extent of your program you've been able to complete. So if you've gone really through all your program, and you will possibly wait until the last day of of the driver test, the last day that the driver will drive here in Bahrain before Australia, and possibly you will try to simulate a quali run in a time that is representative of what type of temperature you will get in the Bahrain Grand Prix. You know, but if you haven't gone through the program as you wish, you have to give priorities. Is qualifying a priority? It might not be for us, you know. So it's every team is different. Some drivers demand and want to practice more qualifying if they've struggled more with the car and low fuel. Given that this is our new set of regulations, I think all the drivers will want to have a go with lowish fuel. When I say low fuel, I'm not saying quali, you know, just to the fumes, but just a lighter version of the car, just to get used to tire warm-up, you know, I mean, harvesting and deployment on quali laps. All that is very important this year, and it's new.
Yeah, it's. We were talking about this yesterday, and it's also going from, say, like a sprint weekend, your management, your deployment during a sprint race, to then having a complete reset as a driver to go into quali mode 3 hours later at the very differing demands. And for drivers, it's going to be quite a readjustment for this year.
It will be incredible. I mean, it will be incredible. Just, you know, just going into turn 12, going back to this corner, you know, I mean, in one lap you go through what Anthony was explaining. You go through turn 11 with more speed, you charge more the battery in that particular corner, you have extra deployment going into turn 12. You might go 15, 20 kph faster than the previous lap. And you have to judge if you can go flat, if you have to back off a bit. You don't really, it's a bit of an art as well. So everything is interesting, you know, exploiting every little single detail of these regulations is interesting.
And it's not like it's going to be completely new territory for the drivers. I remember speaking with Alex Albon last year on the Skypad, analysing one of his qualifying laps at Spa. And I saw him, he kept pressing this button on the steering wheel over and over again. I said, what are you doing there? You don't give away any secrets, you don't have to. He said, no, I can tell you this one. I'm just toggling the lap time delta on and off, because I don't want it there as a distraction all the time.
Okay.
But what I'm doing is, before I head to each braking zone, like down towards Pouhon, for example, he would just give a little look to see on the delta how he was doing compared to the lap time set beforehand, to see whether the wind was a tailwind or a headwind, to see whether he was gaining time on himself or losing time on himself. Right. So he could therefore judge the braking zone depending on how fast or slow he was going. I thought, Wow, that is detailed work. Well, that kind of stuff this year will be 10 times amplified.
Yes.
Yeah. The different speed you'll be carrying into different parts of the track on your Delta, they'll be living on that and trying to, and that's why we might see them locking up in turn 1 so often, or turn 10, because whether you're doing a high deployment lap or a low deployment lap, it changes your speed by maybe 20, 30 kph.
Yeah, it does.
And it's not something that you will decide on.
No.
It's a system that will, you know, you harvest more, you deploy more, you know, it's it's going to be interesting.
Where do you guys get the capacity to do that? You know, what you've just described there.
Yeah, but we're describing circuits where it's not that difficult. I mean, Bahrain, you have a lot of time to think, to look into your steering display, blah, blah, blah. Spa, you have plenty of time to look into the display and change
you're
buttons.
Still doing
what about
150
Monaco?
miles
What
an
about
hour,
Singapore?
yeah?
I mean, you can hardly check your delta time, let alone all, you know, all the...
Singapore, yeah. Luckily, though, Singapore is one of those circuits where you're very energy rich, so you don't even have to care about deployment
Lots
or,
of braking
or
zones
harvesting. Yeah, lots of braking, lots of off throttle. So you're kind of, you've got a surplus of energy at that track. So yes, you'll see some super clipping at end of straights, but very minimal at that track. So actually, but the flip side of that means that overtaking will be a rarity in Singapore. So you'll actually, on the flip side, you get a lot more drama and potential overtaking on tracks that are energy limited, like Melbourne and Silverstone and Spa.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm reliably informed Fernando Alonso is going to go for a flying lap here. So, in the company of the third most successful Spanish Grand Prix driver of all time, let's do a lap of Bahrain with the most successful Spanish Grand Prix driver of all time. Pedro, take it away.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a flying lap or not, but at the moment, I mean, he's not opening the... No, he is the SM, so just going for turn 1. It's obviously a very important corner to regen, to charge, to harvest as much energy as possible. Turn 2 and 3 is very difficult with these cars because you start get the deployment and it's very twitchy coming out of there. And now turn 4 is a corner where you have to really assess where the wind is affecting you, because it can change a lot the braking as well. You can see he's not attacking massively the exit curve, which means obviously that he's not going for a very fast flying lap. He's, I mean, according to our program, he should be on a long run anyway. And then turn 8, this corner where we've seen so many people lock up and go wide. And then you go head into this double apex 9 and 10. You bring the brake balance quite rearwards. You have to downshift to first gear in this kink to make sure that you harvest as much energy so that from this turn 10 to 11 you can actually go into 7 speed and very high revs. We can see the lights blinking, so we are already cutting energy there. Turn 11, always very much affected by the wind direction and speed. Turn 12, which is nowadays, as Fernando said, that even our chef can go over flat through that corner, because you are obviously lacking that deployment on a long run. You don't have the energy, so it's easy flat. Last corner, last straight, obviously, and the last part of the lap, you are sometimes when you arrive here, some teams have still some deployment left and energy, some others are already empty. And we have seen massive discrepancies on the start finish when you end up the lap, because obviously of what's your strategy. Some teams use a lot more on the out lap, a lot of more energy, some others to close the lap. So it will be also difficult to follow a qualifying lap and see, because the sectors can vary a lot.
What you're trying to say is, Pedro, you wouldn't want Crofty's job when it comes to qualifying.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, he does a fantastic job. Let's be, now that he's not listening to us. It's always a pleasure to listening to him.
I love this man a lot. He's my new agent.
How much did you pay him?
Didn't have to. He does it for the love, to be honest. It just reminds me, qualifying this year, I'm actually reminded back to when Fernando Alonso was in provisional pole in Monaco in 23.
Yeah, I remember well.
Yeah, and I'm commentating, and Max is 2 tenths down going into the last sector. Last sector of Monaco, nobody makes up 2 tenths there. And just in the back of my mind, I thought, no, just keep the jeopardy going here. Let's not get too excited that it's going to be Fernando on pole. And I remember saying, if anyone can make up the difference, Max Verstappen can make up the difference. And it was an incredible final sector. And he snatched pole by, just a few hundredths. But I get the feeling qualifying could be a bit like that this year, where you say some will have used their deployment and won't have that boost coming out of the final corner. Others will have that boost, and therefore it ain't over till it's over.
Yes, absolutely.
Jeopardy.
And that's, you know, that's our job, Crofty, and for the fans at home to suss out which sectors different teams are faster or slower in when they lay down a fast lap time doing quali sims on each track that we go to. A bit like you were fully aware in Monaco that day that the Red Bull and particularly Verstappen was mighty in that final couple of corners. So you were already prepared for what the outcome could have been. And I think we're going to have to, you know, everyone's going to have to study a lot more this year to try and work out whose strengths and weaknesses happen at what point of the lap. So, yeah, in short, it's not over till it's over in qualifying this year, and you can't make too many wild predictions based on the first sector alone.
Study? I'm just going to go and ask Pedro, to be fair. He knows all the answers.
Drag him into the commentary box every time.
I would drag him every single week alongside Martin and myself, or you're going to be in the commentary box with China, I think, this year, which would be great. Alex Thurston says, outside our assumed top four of Merck, Ferrari, Red Bull and McLaren, who do you think could surprise us? Or will the top four dominate between them?
Wow. I mean...
There's a question.
Yeah, it's a question. I really have no idea, really. I mean, what we can see from this pre-season test is that the four top teams, you know, I mean, McLaren, Red Bull, Mercedes and Ferrari are very close, I would say. You know, they're really, the four of them are virtually, you know, the differences must be very small.
Okay.
Not in a position really to say, it's just 10 kilos of fuel up or down, you know, could change everything, could change the picture. So
yes, we don't know who's playing games at this stage.
No, and you know, I haven't really analyzed their lap times in that detail. I'm sure that other teams will, and our team will do as well during the next few days. But it is, it's looking at the cars through the corners. They look very stable. They look really consistent as well. McLaren doing a lot of long runs and looking very strong on the rear end over the course of a race stint.
I mean, could we be looking at one of the teams, guys, that could be joining right at the sharp end with Racing Boys? I mean, they're the only other team apart from the factory team, Red Bull, running that power unit. And if it is to be, in the early phases at least, similar to 2014, where it's a power unit championship, and a lot of rumours around there, you know, you've heard a lot of the Mercedes drivers, for example, saying, wow, you have to watch the Red Bull powertrain's Ford engine. That is the benchmark, blah, 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 you know, whether it's actually true or not. But what if it's true? And their grasp on these regulations is better than anyone else's so far. Could this team, Racing Bulls, could they be joining the sharp end or sharper end of the grid?
Well, it's possible. The Williams, we feel, is a bit heavy. Is that fair to say? That
I haven't heard that information.
I have.
But okay, so I'll take your word for it. They're definitely heavy.
Yep, they're definitely heavy. So says a couple of other teams, to be honest. And backing that up, we're led to believe, we know, James Vowles admitted it, they did fail crash tests. And that's fine, everyone fails a crash test, but then you've got to beef it up to pass the crash test, and that adds weight. So if the Williams is a bit heavy and the Racing Bulls isn't, you know, the car that can get down to that with 724 kilos of car weight plus the mass of the tyres. The actual tyres aren't included in that total car weight for this year. So if they can get down to that 724, you know, then they've got extra advantage from that. Haas, I think, are looking in a very decent position. They've had one issue, and that got solved quite early on. I was talking to Ayo Komatsu, and he said that since Barcelona, we've actually had a really good testing program. We've got lots of miles on the board. The Alpine looks stronger, you know, with the Mercedes power for this season. But with every Mercedes-powered team, then there is that talk of, you know, fuel and whether they've got the right accredited, homologated fuel and the best out of that by the time we get to Australia. And then Aston Martin, who we're kind of waiting to join that midfield pack. But with all due respect, you're probably not there just yet.
Yeah, we will see.
Cool.
Yeah,
see
we'll
that.
see.
We'll
no,
see.
no, no. We definitely You know, I mean, it's just it's in our hands. You know, I mean, we will obviously develop the car from here to Australia. Everyone will, but when you were talking about the weight, it has a huge impact. Yeah. You know, because it's always very difficult to read into the lap times of pre-season testing. Weight of the cars, and you know, now with the deployment and everything. But then we have to throw in the amount of extra weight or overweight that teams can be, which we don't know. But the question for the teams is, if you like run 10 kilos overweight or 20 kilos overweight, how are you going to, if you're testing here, doing a long run with 100 kilos, are you putting 100 kilos of fuel plus your overweight, or you are testing with 100 kilos, assuming that those 10 kilos are not weight, not fuel, you know, fuel included? It is. So I mean, I know it's quite complicated, but the only thing, the message is that don't read too much into the lap times, because it's already difficult as it was. But now with this overweight effect that some teams have, it's impossible.
And also, while we're talking about weight and fuel, because of the new regulation of that 3,000 megajoules per hour energy flow limit, not fuel flow limit, it's an energy flow limit. Because that's in place, it means that whoever turns up this year with the most powerful fuel, you just have to put less of it in your car. Yeah. So there's less weight again. So if you've already got a car that is comfortably under the weight limit, and you're placing weight around the car to bring it up to that weight limit, you can get your weight distribution exactly where you want it. You'll be obviously putting it at the front of your car, because there's another regulation as to how far forward your weight distribution can be. Yeah. I think it's 46%. It might have changed for these new cars, but I think it used to be 46%. So that if that's your target, because your car's nicely underweight, you can place it where you want, and then you've got this really powerful fuel that your fuel company, sustainable fuel company, has come up with, this great concoction. It means it will comfortably reach that 3,000 megajoule per hour window, that limit, with just a very little amount of fuel in your car. Well, there's less weight in your car, particularly at the start of the race. It will be a huge advantage.
Yes, less so in the closing stages, but
when you've burned through all of your supply of energy and the
density,
fuel.
It's the key.
Yeah, I think he should shut up now. You know, he went now into a very complex.
Oh, I should have shut up a long time ago. I don't know how I'm still here.
This is going too much, Anthony. I think that you've gone. This is the second. This is
Is this very F1?
Yes,
it's gone very
F1. This is a PhD. You know, I mean, we go through the undergraduate.
Professor Waffle over there. have you not heard him so far? He is the expert on this sort of thing.
It's you know what? It's painfully Formula One.
It is.
All of that. But that's what this sport's about.
But this on the fuels, and look, I'm with you. Right? I don't understand it, except a very clever person involved with fuels for one of the teams said to me, what we're doing is we're scraping waste off waste to create a sustainable fuel. So take your waste that we can't use, and we're scraping the even more wasty bits off that, and we're turning it into a sustainable fuel. And that, I think, is a mega concept. Yes. And I preceded that chat with, you see, remember that bit in Back to the Future where Doc flies in the car and he rummages around in the bins, and he pours a bit of liquid in a banana peel or whatever into the back of the DeLorean, into the flux capacitor. Well, that was the engine. The flux capacitor was what did the time travel bit. My mate Danny designed that. It's great. And I said, and then it flies off again. That's what you should be doing with the fuel this year. To which team replied, what makes you think we're not? I'm like, what? So what makes you think we're not? That's where we're scraping, get your banana peel, we're scraping the waste off the banana peel, so to speak, on that one.
You're saying that kids out there, Crofty, should watch Back to the Future 2 before they start watching Melbourne this year?
Yeah,
just to understand what on earth you've just spoken about.
I watched Back to the Future 2 before Back to the Future 1. It makes much more sense. Although Back to the Future 3, I got completely lost in. Yes. However, I mean, anyone should watch Back to the Future. They are a great trilogy of films. My point on the sustainable fuels are, though, there's 1.6 billion road cars on this planet, that one day, with an acceleration of technology of sustainable fuels, we might be able to power with something that F1 has kind of contributed to. That is a brilliant legacy for the sport.
It is fantastic. I mean, And obviously Aramco are working so hard. They worked already hard, we know, to make it closer to a sustainable fuel with F2 and F3 in the past. Now they're fully sustainable fuel. And basically the message is what is a sustainable fuel? Because it's just to produce this fuel, you are taking carbon from the atmosphere, from the world, basically, and eventually you will burn it, and you will, obviously the exhaust pipes will bring that carbon back to the atmosphere, but it is carbon net zero. So basically we are not contributing to any impact on our environment, which is the beauty about this. And this is a technique. This is obviously where the technology is leading us, and with millions of cars in the future we'll eventually get this sustainable fuel, which at the moment for a normal road car is very expensive. It's already expensive for Formula One, but I'm sure that with the proper technology approach and development, it will get to a decent price.
I think I'm right with my figures. It's something like $400 a litre, ballpark figure. Some might be more expensive, some might be a little less. Yeah. But it's about $400 a litre. It ain't cheap.
So only you could be driving around in that kind of sustainable fuel properties.
Because I don't go very far. Yeah. I take my car.
Yeah, but it's coming down, huh?
Yes,
and I think that Formula One will contribute to that price going down, because the amount of development that is being thrown into the e-fuels basically is phenomenal.
Yeah, this immense competition in Formula One drives you to be better in everything, in every department, whether you're a driver, mechanic, team principal. That competition, it demands perfection.
Now, talking of demanding perfection, pit stops in Formula One. We always demand perfection. We like to see a driver in and out in about 2 seconds. George Russell is about to come in for a pit stop. Bernie Collins is down in the pit lane. How perfect will this be?
I expect it to be pretty good, Crofty, because this is about the 6th pit stop they've done in a row. They've been in and out, in and out. George comes in again. This one, they're practicing a 5-second penalty. Now, I've seen the front left corner guys all agree with each other that they needed to wait 5 seconds. Get it done. Still a delay on the rear right, I can't quite see. And then get it out again. But I'm telling you, Crofty, it is hot down in this pit lane. I am suffering with my Irish skin. And these crew have all been out, done about 6 pit stops in a row, that one practicing the penalty. But nothing speaks more highly of how well a run plan is going that on day 2 of testing, you are doing pit stop practice. And for me, that is very, very strong from Mercedes. I actually, as I was coming to the pit lane at the start of this shift, I seen the second crew come in and I wondered, why are the second crew coming in? Because normally they have a night crew and a day crew. But they're coming in so that they've got a full crew to practice those pit stops. And that speaks very strongly, I think, of the position that the Mercedes is currently in.
Couldn't agree more, Bernie. They've consistently been doing a lot of laps. 76 for George Russell for the morning session, and that is more than any other driver.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good to see so many pit stops. Also, it's interesting what their driver program is. If tomorrow it's Antonelli, so if today, this afternoon, Antonelli will switch. It's very dependent, where are you up to in your program, personal program.
We bumped into Kimi Antonelli earlier on, and he said he's going to be in the car after lunch break today. So, and he's looking forward to having some extra laps under his belt, because I think in terms of the laps that George Russell has enjoyed in the car compared to Antonelli, I think Antonelli so far has been the unlucky one.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
And has had, especially last week, spent too much time in the garage. So, yeah, he'll be looking for a better afternoon today.
While we were hearing about pit stops from Bernie, Lando Norris has had a series of adventures and misadventures out on the track. So this was the final corner.
Yes, he went wide there.
Yeah, not handling well. But there was a massive lock-up down at turn 8, where Ollie Behrman was behind him, and here's another Mercedes pit stop.
The 7th pit stop.
7th pit stop, and that looked a lot more slick.
Yeah, it's definitely quicker, and they didn't hold the car. It wasn't planned to hold the car by the looks of it. But looking at Norris's tyre lap chart here, so it's 13 laps that set of hard tyres had done, and previous to that an 8-lap stint. So yeah, they were getting towards the the latter part of that first stint in a race, if you like.
There was a lot of smoke.
Yeah,
I think that's a big lockup.
I think the Alpine as well, you know, it's just doing some practice starts at the end of the pit lane. Yep.
On the subject of pit stops, so we've talked about the start procedure, and we're going to see another experiment at the end of this session for the new starting procedure. We'll talk more about that as and when it happens. But drivers are obviously having to hold the revs and keep the car revving whilst it's up on the jacks.
Yeah, so you'll come in, like before, you'll be in the pit lane, on the pit lane limiter, which is another challenge for the engine manufacturers, the pit lane limiter, and how cleanly the engine can run this year compared to previous years. So you'll be on the limiter and you pull into the pit box. You just press the clutch paddle all the way to the end, so fully depressed on the clutch, keep it in first gear. So you stop momentarily and then immediately you'll hold your revs on the throttle. Lower revs than what higher revs in the pit stop compared to what they'll do at the start. Because you've stopped for less time.
Yep.
It means that the turbo's spooling down for less time. So it means you'll have fewer RPM held in the pit stop because you're there just briefly, and then you're off on your way. It's still a very difficult process, but I believe the process in the pit stop in the box is easier than the start procedure.
Yeah.
Which it needs to be.
Well,
luckily it's easier.
I think that the difficulty at the race start really is that if you keep the engine, you know, high revs in first gear. Now we can see the pit stop. The rear right didn't go in properly.
But also that's good for a driver, and I don't know if they're deliberately having a bit of a sticky rear right there, because that's good for a driver who will be expecting, you know, a 2.5 second pit stop, and away we go. Actually, they need to be able to react to however long the pit stop might be. It wouldn't surprise me if that's a deliberate thing that they've factored in.
I'm with you on that one, Crofty. It looks like it was fairly deliberate there to hold the car, to make sure. We all know how hard these cars are to get off the line, and in the pit box as well, as just discussed. So why not throw some drama in there? Why some unpredictability, and see how A, the driver copes with it, B, the power unit copes with it, and just throw a few random surprises in there, which, like Bernie was saying, if they're at the stage in their program to be looking at those small details now, I think that speaks volumes for where the team is, how comfortable they are.
Bortoletto's just gone 5th fastest, by the way, and he's done that and on the prototype tyre, or the tyre without the markings. Now, yesterday you were asking, what is this tyre? It's from Turkey. So basically, it's a C3 compound, but it's not made in the same factory as all the other tyres. This is a Turkey tyre from the Pirelli factory in Turkey, and they are using them and testing them just to make sure they're absolutely identical to all the other C3 tyres.
Yeah.
Makes sense, doesn't it? It's a test.
Yeah, so we did wonder yesterday whether it was in fact a softer compound, maybe a different construction, different temperature range, who knows? But yeah, we knew it was a prototype tyre. It is. It's just it's made in a different country compared to the other tyres, which are from Romania, I think. Yeah. So yeah, it's just a different source, and they're just trying to see whether they have that consistency across the.
Pedro's looking at you there going, how do you know that?
I mean, I doubted myself from the people I'd spoken to whether I remembered it or not.
It's the sort of thing he memorises.
Oh, he's good, huh?
He's very good.
Yes. I'll double check with Pirelli, and it might be another country.
It might be another country, yeah.
He's very, very good, trust me. Second fastest today is Max Verstappen in this session. About a 1/10 of a second between himself and Lando Norris. We've not talked much about Max Verstappen. He has just gone about his business and will be doing so after the lunch break as well. He gets a full day in today. Isaac Hadjar had a full day yesterday. The car just looks nicely balanced. It looks like it's compliant, doing what Max wants it to do. I'm not trying to put the commentator's curse on, I promise. It might get a bit squirrely out of turn 11, but then it isn't the only car to do that. It might lock up into turn 10. Oh, we're not going to see it.
It is always beautiful to watch Verstappen drive, how much, even in testing, how much he's always using that extra half a meter of asphalt, you know, with a whole car braking over the exit curb, but keeping touching, you know, not, well, inside the track limits.
Day one, rear wing, Ferrari. This is Charles Leclerc, right? That's what it looked like. Pedro on day one,
yes.
Standard, right? Got a gap in between the upper plane and the lower plane. That's today.
Wow, what a difference.
Yeah.
Well, the point really is if this is generating, it's like an airplane, you know, it's just actually lifting the rear. No, if you put it this way up, yeah, I mean, it could actually be generating lift, you know, lift, but in on the other direction, really. Would you do that to?
But
I don't know.
If it generates lift, does that reduce the drag as well?
Yeah, it might be only a test, you know. We don't know. Or it might be even a mistake of the system.
Get excited like the rest of us. Start getting excited. You don't come up here to be cut off.
They don't seem that excited, no, in the pit wall when they saw that.
Well, no, imagine if it was a mistake. Oh no, it's gone 180. We didn't want it to.
And Crofty is there thinking about these crazy theories.
Well, it's like the darts. When anything goes 180, I get excited. Trust me.
Oh yeah,
of course. They are going to send Lewis Hamilton out in a few moments' time to practice the start. And I know they're going to do that because they're removing the screens at Ferrari. So whatever work has gone on has finished in time for Lewis to come back. And we won't see the, I don't know if we'll see the active mode open and close.
They've been desperately trying to fix that wing from flipping round 180. And he's going to go back out there and he's going to be just like normal. And they'll think, oh, we did it. Yeah. Finally, we made the side activation work in a way where it doesn't go back on itself.
Someone go and ask Fred Vasseur what it's all about. He'll tell you the honest answer.
Sure he will.
You know Fred well, Pedro. Go and have a chat.
Great guy. Yes.
He is a great guy. He's the right man at Ferrari. A calm, experienced head, you know, to oversee everything that comes with being Ferrari team principal, which is a huge honour to get that job, and I'm absolutely the right man for it.
And Fred has come from the lower formulas as well, you know, he's worked his way through and always in a very successful manner, so something to really, I really appreciate of him. He's also funny to talk with, and he's one of those guys that he laughs. In a way, he's a bit like me, you know. He laughs about his own jokes more than you do, you know. And this is something I really like. It's also something I really do, because at the end of the day, we all need to laugh about ourselves, you know. We're talking about being the technicalities and stuff like that, but we are here because we love Formula One, we love motorsport, but we enjoy it.
You have to enjoy it, don't you? Yes. The day you stop enjoying it, that's the day you have to walk away from
Absolutely.
It or any job. But he's got a great way of dealing with drivers. You can tell, even if it's a driver that's never worked with the guy before in their career, there's this connection that he has, this ability to work with drivers brilliantly well. And you can see the hard times that Lewis went through since joining Ferrari, but Fred was always there by his side, never downplayed the efforts that Lewis had gone to last year since joining the team, and was never on his case. You know, there was never any negativity, and you could always tell through those hard times that there was that respect and on both sides, and just Fred Vasseur is just one of those characters that can just gel with drivers.
Yes. And he has the experience to do so, you know, and he knows Lewis so well from ART, from F2, GP2 back then.
So red flag, and this is all part of the procedure to end this session, because it's not just testing for the teams, it's testing for the FIA and all their systems as well. So we throw first a red flag, which means everyone out on the track, which is Ollie Behrman and Lando Norris, Valtteri Bottas and Max Verstappen, will return to the pit lane, because that's what you do when there's a red flag. Meanwhile, George Russell has made his way to the end of the pit lane, but as the red light is on, he can't leave the pit lane. This will be a test to see how long the car can stay at the end of the pit lane for. because it might just be when it comes to qualifying that you want to get out first and run for quite some time. Here comes Lewis Hamilton in the Ferrari.
And I'm sure that they will test at the end of the pit lane. You know, they can do a heat soak test. You know, see what how many minutes they can be there with the engine running. But they at one point they will switch off the engine and then make sure they can restart it with a K. You know, so there's so many procedures that will be tested in this red flag.
Hunting for secrets here, you don't have to say yes or no, but is the Honda power unit capable of restarting in that procedure from your knowledge? Yeah, okay. Because it's one of those things that when that rule first came along, with the power units, when they changed to hybrid in 2014, a lot of the teams couldn't have that functionality. It wasn't built into the design. Some teams did.
Was it Renault who first did it?
Honestly, I can't remember. But I do remember that Mercedes didn't have that functionality in the beginning, so they had to sit there with the engine running in those moments. And you realise very quickly that some other teams that could restart the engine from the kinetic motor, that they had an advantage. But you could send the car as early as you wanted down to the front of the queue and just turn your engine off because you could restart it again.
Yes, that was the first year, but then after that, I think everyone saw the beauty of of actually being able to restart it with the K, which was, you can do it. It's part of the regulation. So, and especially now with queuing on a Q1, Q2 scenario where you're trying to get the most out of the traffic, it is essential.
Practice at Red Bull for Max Verstappen. Lando Norris had come through the pits just before him. Is Max not going out to do a start?
No, visor up.
Interesting. Red flag. So the man with the green flag to oversee from the rear the start procedure has now wandered into place. I'm surprised that they're not going to take part in this practice start with Max Verstappen. I mean, he might well come out in a couple of moments after they pushed him back to the garage, but he's definitely going into the garage as the light now goes green and the cars make their way to the track. The message was race will resume at 13:55. That's a standard message that the FIA put out on their timing screens.
How frustrating for Hamilton. You finally get back out there and now you have to go through the same procedures as everybody else, and it's just less than 5 minutes remaining, and I'm sure he wants to get out there and a few more laps under his belt at higher speed.
Well, he's done 5 laps, Lewis, and that's it. So, and that to me is not a planned 4 hours just to do 5 laps. So there's been an issue at Ferrari. What is that issue? Why has that car been in the garage for so long?
I'm sure we're going to follow him. Eyes on that rear wing like a hawk. On the exit, you won't see it open until the exit of turn 10. It momentarily opened before turn 4.
But if this is a formation lap scenario, would the active aero activate?
Yeah, why not? I mean, as long as you're full throttle, if you're full throttle and you press the button,
well,
there we go. Yeah, so it's...
It is very much depends on what's your state of charge of the battery, you know. If you need to recharge more, you will use the SM button and open the wings. If not, you know, it's just...
this is what we're saying about it, though. It's, it's not DRS. You whenever you're in that zone, if you're flat out, you use it. It's not a case of just going down the straight faster. It's just... It really should just be automated.
Yes.
I would be pushing to just automate it. If it automatically closes within zone, say like before Copse Corner at Silverstone, for example, you'll have straight mode open before Copse.
Yeah.
And you can easily, in some circumstances, take it full throttle. Well, it's not going to close. So it has to close automatically. And if it closes automatically and you're relying on that, why not open it automatically? So I'm sure in time it probably will be like that.
So there was a lot of discussion about standing starts and starting of races, whereby the cars need to avoid the turbo lag and they need to be holding the revs for an awful lot longer, and the normal start procedure wasn't necessarily allowing the drivers to do that, especially those towards the rear who would settle not as early as those on pole.
Just watching Ollie Behrman, so they're on the second row. So I wonder if they've been told to purposely leave enough space for the cars in front, both Norris and Behrman.
There's a man with a green flag.
Look.
Now,
it would be wise to do it, actually. I mean,
Absolutely.
There's no point in being, just close by.
So there goes your flashing lights to say we're about to get going. We're actually going to have an extra formation lap.
Yeah, aborted start.
So they've aborted the start and they're now putting an extra formation lap in, which is all being displayed on the board. You can't quite see, but we can from our commentary box.
Yeah, Norris was using that opportunity. I could hear the revs very high. He was using that opportunity to get a proper practice start in, so he didn't just drive away casually like the other drivers did. I could hear the revs held high, and that's why he was stationary for that time, extra than the others. So aborted start, and it's again, you know, from everyone's point of view, the FIA, F1, they should be practicing these procedures before the first race. And what a great time to do it.
So, let's talk you through. Here we go. So, red flag, cars back in pit lane, line up into fast lane. This is the procedure that they're going through. Pit exit open, cars leave, pit lanes go back on the grid, which they did. That extra formation lap was planned by the FIA, because they need to know what to do for an extra formation lap. Remember Brazil a couple of years ago, a couple of seasons ago, I should say. The car's back in position on the grid, and then there will be a 5-second blue pre-start warning. So we were talking about what could they do, and I said, we'll just put one red light on and then do the rest. So they've gone for pretty much that, but with a blue light going on, and then the standard light procedure after the 5-second blue pre-start warning.
Any idea where this blue light's going to be? Driver level or gantry level?
I always look for blue lights, Ant, as you well know, whenever we come to driving, you know, just to be on the safe side and move over if an ambulance or what a fire engine's trying to get past. But I have no idea where the blue light's going to be. I'm assuming it'll be on the gantry to the right of the 5 lights.
So is that your, do you say 5-second warning before?
5-second warning.
Before the first red light comes on.
Yeah. So we have the cars.
That'll be a nice cue for you, Crofty, won't it, as well, before lights out and away we go.
I'll get interested. The blue lights.
Start warming your voice up.
La, 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 and away we go.
Right, so this should be the real one then.
Yeah. Where did they get the blue lights from?
Oh, now they've all lined up in a different formation.
Yes, because they know this is going to be a start. So, on the grid, guy with the green flag is now waving it. Where's that? Oh,
there's the blue,
the blue light
panel.
on the side.
Okay.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And all the revs are going.
And it's lights out and away we go. And sideways, George Russell doesn't get off the line well.
Look at that
Lewis
Ferrari
Hamilton,
off
absolutely lightning, as was Ollie Behrman and Lando Norris in your own time. But, I mean, look, George didn't get away well.
He got away better than Lando, who did the practice start previously.
That's very true. But Lewis Hamilton, had he left a space? Like, had he left
I think he left
a row, and then he parked on row 3?
He left, I think, yes, yeah, one whole row. He was behind, yeah. One whole row as a space behind, so yeah, and still managed to easily pull alongside and overtake. That, I mean, it looked great off the line, didn't it?
Yeah.
From if this is our first snapshot, what we could expect come Melbourne, you'd have to say the Ferrari was a rocket off the line. So let's listen to this.
Look at the McLaren on the left. I mean,
wow.
They
and then here comes Russell. Look how much. Oh, he didn't just pull alongside, he annihilated him.
Well, Lewis Hamilton, the style of a greyhound that traps well.
The reaction time was exactly the same. Look at the wheel spin on Russell.
Yeah.
Huge wheel spin. That was the reason why.
I wonder if the other teams knew that what the procedure with Lando was, and it was on purpose or not, because if you kind of don't start when you have to, and you have people behind you, and if it's a practice start, it's dangerous.
Right, these are all procedures that need to be done, dusted and solved before Australia. Lando Norris, though, with the fastest time of the session, 10th of a second, just over, ahead of Max Verstappen. George Russell Bad start at the end from him, lots of wheel spin. Third fastest, Alex Albon fourth fastest, and Gabriel Bortoletto in the Audi was fifth fastest. Russell 77 laps with the most laps of any driver in that session. Lando Norris put in 72. Lewis Hamilton with that great start, but only 10th fastest in the times, 5 laps only for the Ferrari in that session. They need to get more laps on the board come the afternoon. And the afternoon session will be with us before you even know it, in about an hour's time. There is George Russell. Once again, Mercedes absolutely consistent and getting the reliability and 7 practice pit stops as well. Max Verstappen didn't do the practice start at the end. Put in 56 laps during the course of the session and running on the C3 medium tyre throughout that entire morning session. Lando Norris mixed it up, C3s and the